You may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come.
Salute.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
Patriot.
I like how you.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
The N-word. Go home to mommy.
What is that?
I like how you.
We're gonna kill them. You know, they're gonna be like dead.
He's obviously dark. Our religion is based. No thanks, irrelevant pervert.
Oh, for crying out loud. What the hell? Of course something else is broken. Hold on. Hold on. Everything is broken tonight. What the shit? There we go. Look, it's me. Oh. Oh man. Kick, you need to get your shit together. Because this stream is just not doable on X. I cannot make this a full thing. Either X needs to get its shit together, or Kick needs to get its shit together. This is an atrocity. Okay, so I gotta say something. I don't even know if you guys are actually hearing me live. So let me give this just a second here. Someone tell me when you hear me saying these things. Someone say, hey there, I just heard you. Yes, I am live with you right now. Because Kick is constantly skipping, but it's not keeping up with the live stream. It's skipping, and then it's freezing. And so you get further and further behind. I hear you. Okay, so hear you on X. All right, so it seems as if there's something like, I don't know, 30 or 40 second delay right now. So Creed just ended on Kick. Okay, yeah, if you're listening to the live stream on Kick, I mean, you're not going to hear this for like 10 minutes, but I need people who are in the chat on Kick to tell the people who are just coming in, and I'm going to need someone to like manage this throughout the stream. As people come in, if they're way behind and they don't know what's going on and they're complaining about the stream quality and all of that, the best way to watch this one is going to be by chatting on Kick, but listening on X. Normally, Kick there's only like a 2 or 3 second delay on Kick. So when you guys are reacting to me, you're reacting to me almost in real time. But there's more of a delay when it streams on X or on YouTube. I'm not streaming on YouTube anymore because the channel will get taken down very quickly. The format I have for the Astrolabe, the format will get taken down very quickly and I'll lose the channel. So there's I need people when you come in. I need someone in the chat. Yeah, here. I'm going to, instead of pinning the tips link tonight, I'm going to say, watch on X, chat on Kick. Stream is fucked tonight. There. Pinning this message. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to pin the message. Anybody who comes in on Kick, and if someone comes in and they're complaining so I don't have to keep addressing this over and over again. If someone comes in and obviously doesn't understand what's going on, please tell them, go over and watch me on X, at Real Kingpilled. It actually may very soon be at Kingpilled, because for Premium Plus accounts, X just released a feature that is it's like a market for old usernames. So you can request an old username that's inactive, and they may give it to you. So I went and I requested Kingpilled. So I may be at Kingpilled here very soon, because the Kingpilled account hasn't been active since I think it was 2020. So I may actually be Kingpilled coming up here very soon. But for now, I am Real Kingpilled. So apologies to everyone who's listening to this later on after the fact. This has been a whole huge freaking headache, and I've been trying to get it set up and finally had to just restart my computer, which is apparently why the computer didn't work, or why the camera didn't work. And then I also realized that I'm kind of a little bit low because this went all the way down to the bottom. Come on. So turn that up. Oh, so hopefully volume is good. And as soon as I got everything booted back up again, then my keyboard was dead. And so I couldn't even open up websites and stuff I needed. So I had to go find the charger and get the thing plugged in. And I turn it on, and then the freaking camera doesn't work. Oh, God. You can always change the episode title before the stream end. Oh, that's actually a really good point. That is a great point, Mr. Sue. So I am going to say change the stream title on Kick to this, and watch on X. I wonder if it'll let me put the handle in here, Real Kingpilled. I think it'll let me put that there. Okay, and then watch on X, Real Kingpilled, chat on Kick, stream is fucked tonight. There we go. So I'll do that, and then I'm going to put the tips link pinned. Tip your streamer. All right. Sorry, folks. Normally I have this mostly taken care of before we get started, but I didn't want to postpone until tomorrow. I was jazzed up to do this show. Got a whole bunch of stuff to get through, and I was like, "Oh, I'm actually going to get started a little earlier than I expected." Nope. No. The gods of the internet have frowned upon me tonight. John Denver is playing on Kick. Good grief. And I've been going for 10 minutes. And John Denver was that the last song? Last song that played on Kick, I think. So the Kick is 12 minutes behind. Okay, let me think here of, was there anything I needed to say up front? My brain's got completely scrambled by having to run around and do all of this at the last minute. Usually I get the stream going, get the pre-show going, go down, grab a cigarette, and kind of walk around a little bit and get my brain up to speed and get my thoughts lined up. And Heinz is asking for the link to X. Dude, literally go to X and look up Real Kingpilled. Just go there. Just Real Kingpilled. Just go there and you'll see that I'm live, and just click the profile picture. There I see. I X the Kick stream just caught up, and they're at the intro now. So they'll be here in about 10 minutes. Friday stream, yes. So it is the SECRETIVE, and I've got some good stuff here. So I have all my tabs are going to have to refresh. So I've got some entertaining stuff. I've got, what did I put the title as? Because I usually use the title as like a shorthand to remind myself what I'm supposed to be talking about today. So the title was, J.D. Vance's Secretive Donor Circle. We're going to read about Chris Buskirk and Rockbridge, and then Trump's affordability message, and some reactions to the election. We'll hear a little bit from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. And, this is really distracting, having the intro playing over here. Stop. And then we're going to talk about this whole thing, the economy and affordability, and that this is the thing that really drove the election. This is the thing voters are really concerned about, that Trump needs to speak to, that whole concept. And then also I've got some stuff on the Supreme Court case about the tariffs. So we'll talk about that as well. And then, see if we can fit all this in. It's been a delay now, but oh shit, is that? Oh, good. Oh, whew. Saves the history. Getting all my tabs reopened here. I got some interesting commentary from Scott Bessent about some economic stuff coming down the pike, some financial stuff. Tax returns expected to be larger in 2026. Oh, come on. I've got all these videos that I go through. I open up all these tabs, and I have the videos paused. And volume, I typically try to remember to do the volume ahead of time. And now every single tab has to reload. I got this guy. I've read you guys some stuff from him before. Latinx adjacent Dr. PhD on X. He's got some really good thoughts about the results of the election and why people are being retarded. Freaking out about it. Supreme Court on tariffs, and then James Lindsay. That was the other big thing. This thread about James Lindsay trying to be William F. Buckley Jr. of this new age, which should be. It's a very, very interesting thread. He kind of gets into the different segments in the right. So let's get started here. Checking for messages. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Latinx is a patriot. Patriot of the highest order. All right, so Mr. Dave TBH making multiple appearances here. He has gifted 5 subs. Glorious Lighthouse, Go Outside Man, Tree TD, or TTD, and Amy Erickson, my wife's alt, got a sub. Thank you for the gifted subs, man. And then, starting us off with an alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, got the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking don't matter.
Golfing tomorrow morning. Since I probably won't be listening tonight, would love to listen to Real American on my way to the course. Make it happen.
Real American? Oh, I think we can make that happen. Thank you for the $100 tip, Dave Johnson.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Did you know that Dave Johnson is the alpha gay? Step aside, Scott Bessent. We've got Dave Johnson in the house. He requested Real American. He actually requested this a couple of streams ago, and I just straight up forgot. So, before we get into all the rest of this, we're going to listen to and watch this video on Real American by Hulk Hogan.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Okay, I guess I'm going to have to confirm. I just realized it may not be working, the screen share audio, for whatever reason. It says it's going through, but it may not be. So please let me know ASAP if there's no audio on this, because I'll need to get that fixed. I only have to fix it once, I've got one window with all the tabs in it. I only have to do it once. But this is what sucks about having this long delay, because I got to wait for you guys to react. I don't want to sit here for a minute listening to this in total blank silence. So I'm going to say things because that's more interesting. It worked. Okay, excellent. Let's go.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you gotta take a stand. It don't have to hide. If you hurt my friends, then you hurt my pride. I gotta be a man. I can't let
prayers, eat your vitamins, be true to yourself, true to your country, be a real American. Whew.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hulk, sir! Oh! Real American. He was a real American. Still, in our hearts, one of the realest Americans ever. Okay, I'm going to skip something here, and let's jump this out. A couple of these things that I was going to spend a little more time on that I'm not going to spend time on because they're not that time sensitive. So, okay, first thing here. This is just a little something wholesome for you guys. Speaking of great patriots, real Americans. Easy Company veterans Bill Garnier and Babe Heffron are pictured in real life and as depicted by Frank John Hughes and Robin Lang in Band of Brothers. Remember these two guys, Garnier and Babe? Here's the actual guys. Look at these men. The things that these guys have seen. There is a lot of life on those faces. Garnier missing a leg. Despite growing up just blocks apart in South Philly, Bill and Babe did not meet until after the Normandy invasion, when Babe joined Easy Company as a replacement. He became a machine gunner under Bill's command. They bonded over their Philadelphia roots and became best friends. It was a friendship that would last a lifetime. During the filming of Band of Brothers, Bill and Babe visited the set in England. In addition to Babe being given a cameo role, their week-long stay in London became somewhat legendary. HBO gave them an open tab at the hotel bar, as well as 24-hour limo service. An open tab and 24-hour limo service. These boys partied. They hung out with the actors every night. We wanted to see if they could hold their booze, said Babe. They couldn't. They couldn't even stay up as late as us. Couple of old fogies. These dudes are like 90. We're out partying the actors. By the end of the week, Bill and Babe had rung up a $5,000 liquor tab. And this was $5,000 when Band of Brothers was being filmed, which was like, when was that? I think that was that late 90s, early 2000s? Yeah, 2001. So this is $5,000 25 years ago. We hardly slept in 7 days, said Babe, but we had a hell of a good time. Absolute frickin' patriots. Yeah, silent generation Americans. Very, very few of them left. Those are a couple of the greatest. All right, here's some interesting news on the immigration front. DHS raids have finally come to Hawaii. Hawaii. How do they say it? Tulsi Gabbard always says it. Like, Hawaii. Not Hawaii. Hawaii. Got to get the little glottal stop in there. On the island of Kauai, this morning at 4 a.m., there was a massive raid detaining 44 gang members of Tren de Aragua. Why are there Tren de Aragua members in Hawaii? I wonder. You might question that. What are they doing? Oh, this is going to be so weird because I'm so used to looking over and monitoring the stream over here. This is like when I'm looking over this direction, I'm looking at the chat. I'm looking at the back office for Kick. So I'm used to watching the stream just to make sure nothing's hanging up, nothing's going down, checking to see what you guys are saying. And I'm going to have to get myself looking over here because this is what I'm actually pushing out. And I keep looking over and going, oh shit, I'm not sharing the screen. Or something's not right. It's going to drive me crazy. Hopefully Kick gets their shit together. Okay, so 44 members of Tren de Aragua out in the middle of the ocean. There are thousands of illegal aliens here, so expect many more raids.
Following breaking news for you tonight, 44 people were arrested on Kauai in an ICE raid, and this is what we know so far. Several agencies, including Homeland Security, the FBI, and the DEA, executed 6 federal search warrants. There's no word on the exact locations, but we are told that this happened at several residences and one business. Out of the 44 arrests that were made, 2 were suspected to be associated with a foreign terrorist organization called Tren de Aragua. Kauai Council member...
She did it! She did the thing! She's just talking normally, and then it's Tren de Aragua.
Holland witnessed some of these raids.
We live in a very quiet area in Upper Kapahi. it's pretty quiet. It's a rural area. And so I could hear steps in the street. So I walked outside and I realized immediately that there was like an entire army of people. It was like there was probably 20 or 30 agents walking up the street. Everybody kind of pulled into the property and started megaphoning the address and then saying like federal warrant or executing federal warrant or something like that. Come out with
more like the Shlomo shot. Am I right?
Your hands up. That was repeated many, many times and then repeated in Spanish.
And you can see the video right here, the vans and the home. Holland says that it was an intense morning that started at 4 a.m. It lasted until noon. She says it was traumatic for all those who were involved, including young children. The Kauai councilwoman told us that those arrested appear to be migrants. Following break.
It was traumatic. They don't want to be arrested. Why are we being so mean? Please deal with the problems of crime and cost of housing, but don't do it in a meany way. Don't make me feel sick and yucky. Another update. Panic is ensuing. Gotta love Eric Doherty, man. Breaking. Panic is ensuing after a grand jury subpoenas John Brennan and dirty FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page following their conspiracy against President Trump. They're in huge trouble. Up to 30 subpoenas being issued in the coming days. Flame emoji. But honestly, no, Federal grand jury is issuing subpoenas to John Brennan, Peter Strzok, and Lisa Page.
Tonight, just in the past few minutes, Fox News Digital is now reporting a federal grand jury has subpoenaed former CIA Director John Brennan, former FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, as well as others. It is part of the Justice Department's investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Sources say the trio were served with federal subpoenas today. Law enforcement sources also say up to 30 subpoenas will be issued in the coming days related to this investigation. We'll follow that. Tonight, too, New Jersey.
Yeah, Brett Baer is a wang half. White-ass nigga going hard as fuck. So, yes, the drum beat does continue. And there's other stuff about this that's going on in the background that I've got other stuff that I have to talk about, so I have to bookmark those and just kind of keep those threads running in the back of my mind. Because we're constantly getting updates and stuff on this regularly. The story is continuing to progress and move forward. We're very close to getting, and in fact, it's probably already been leaked, who the J6 bomber was. And it was a Capitol Police officer and former and member of the FBI. So, and they know her identity. People within the FBI know her identity. It's going to be leaked here very soon. It was going to be confirmed here very soon. And it's already been leaked. So there's all these other things that are happening constantly in the background that I can't keep track of. But this is what's really driving me crazy right now, is seeing so many people who are so demoralized and downcast and just bummed out because they're low information. There's too much. There's too much to keep track of. There's too many things that are happening. I'm only one man. These stories are, you could do a 24/7 Astrolabe tracking these things. It'd have some lulls. There would definitely be some slow times, but the January 6th pipe bomber, the one that there was the pipe bomb hoax, the pipe bomb that was found. That's the person who put it there was a government official. Yeah, I've barely seen that one even break into the mainstream conversation. And Kick isn't glitching anymore, but still behind, says Ozarker Pleb. So I'm kind of curious if you would be able to refresh or just restart the app and if it'll caught up, but I don't think it will. Because this is what it was doing before. I ended the stream and it kept saying that it was live and it just kept the same thing going persistently. But anyways, okay. I just got one little 30-second report on this particular aspect, but this investigation of the deep state is continuing apace. Then this one was just funny. This guy right here, very, I mean, I say guy, but, you know. Oh, yeah. Daily Beast, Hugh Doherty. Where's my soundboard?
What a fag.
Everyday life for the Daily Beast journalists dealing with the White House being called a moron, fucking blind, mentally ill, or a crackhead.
And two responses to this that I saw from White House staff. Number one, Abigail Jackson, who is the one who in her bio, it says White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson didn't directly respond to NPR's questions for this story. She sent an emailed statement saying, the White House consistently posts banger memes, and went on to mock NPR. And she replied to it with, get fucking dunked on, liberal. One of my favorite memes of all time. Posted by, what's her role? White House Deputy Press Secretary. Get fucking dunked on, liberal. And then the Rapid Response account posted this, a hurt feelings report, date of hurt feelings, time of hurtfulness, which ear was hurtfulness spoken into? Is there permanent feeling damage? Do you need a tissue for the tears? Reason for filing report. Check all that apply. I am thin-skinned. I'm a little bitch. I am a crybaby. I want my mommy. These people are working the best job in the world right now. Oh, imagine being able to work for the government and get paid to just take a shit on liberals all the time. Shout out to the Gigacon. Okay. This gets us to this point. After the election results over the last few days, the timeline has been an absolute coal mine. Just a complete shit show of melting down, catastrophizing, doom casting. Oh, I told you so. Oh, it's all over. Everyone just scattering to the wind. And the consistent thing that people are coming back to, the one I'm trying to look for, like the one thing that seems to unite everyone's complaints. And it is the economy. It's either Trump isn't doing enough on the economy, or Trump isn't communicating well enough everything he's doing on the economy. And so people just don't know it. They don't realize it. And, it's such a shame, and, yada, yada, yada. Then people move the goalposts to talk about immigration, and then it's, he's Obama deported more than he did. And all of this stuff is just, like, do you just listen to CNN? Are you only clued in to the CNN narratives? I know there's a lot to follow. I know there's a lot to track here. I know it's very easy to forget how much is changing and how fast it's changing. It's very difficult to maintain your frame. But here's the rhetoric that's coming from the administration right here. After right after the election, both Vance and Trump said, the problem is the economy. Nobody's talking about what's going on with the economy. Here's all the stuff that we've been doing. Here's all the stuff that's coming. Here is our plan. Here is the current state of the economy. Here's the things we've done to begin fixing the economy. Here are the signs that the economy is beginning to right itself. Here are all these things. This is the first foremost thing that they said. And if anything, it's the thing he's spent so much time saying. But everyone's just, he's just making promises and he doesn't intend to follow through on them. Or he's not doing anything. He's just sort of messing around the edges. You have to be actively blocking out the incorporation of new information into your model to believe that. Because it's literally right here. He's talking about all the things that they have done and are doing that are going to bear dividends. The problem is, when he does talk about the things that are being done with the economy, everyone just yells at him about how bad the economy is. And so then everyone just comes to believe, when you hear this from enough people and enough sides who are all saying the same thing, people just come to believe it. The average person out there, the average normie is not going to be super closely following all of these things. They need their influencers, they need their voices, they need their media people to communicate it to them. And not just say it once, but repeat it over and over and over and over again. Build up the narrative. Drive the narrative forward. Because you know what actually helps those economic benefits to start bearing fruit quicker? That's when everybody buys into them. When everybody starts trying to make that harvest, to bear that fruit, to draw it to themselves. That's what makes it instantiates it. If everybody is convinced that things aren't going to get better, if everyone is convinced that things are bad and only going to get worse, people will begin to act as if that's the case. And so the more you tell them we're in a depression, the more they're going to act like they're in a depression. The economy is not about numbers. The economy is about spirit and sentiment. The numbers are driven by the sentiment. And the thing that President Trump does not have is a consistent choir, constantly amplifying everything that he's saying and doing. Particularly in this case, with respect to the economy. I hear from all these people, well, this is how the people feel. You can do all you want, but if the people don't believe it, if the people don't know about it, if they're not experiencing it, then it doesn't matter. As if the people who are saying this, as if they play no role in all of this. They're saying, yes, I understand he did all of this stuff that's supposed to bear fruit, but it hasn't borne fruit yet, and nobody else has experienced it, so everyone's upset. Well, then maybe what you should be doing is you should be communicating to everyone precisely that. Remember John Doyle said that your job is to amplify the president and constantly be telling everyone why what he's doing is good and correct. Not necessarily because everything he's doing is good and correct, but because this is how the mass psychology works. Yes, he will make mistakes. That's not at odds with everything that he's doing is good and correct. If you can't reconcile those things, I don't know, maybe you're this is like an autistic thing or something, and I can rant more about that if I need to, but I think it should be evident why those things can be reconciled. Every single one of these same people who's like, well, he's not doing enough on the economy, or he's not telling enough people about it, or it's not happening quickly enough, or yada, 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 yada. They're smart enough to know this is something that's going to take a little while to bear fruit. This is something that I want. This is something that I want people to experience. I want all these people who are economically suffering to not economically suffer. I want them to have hope. Because ultimately, and here's the other thing that unites everyone believes if Democrats take power again, it's over. Whether that's true or not, all these same people, they all think that. So what you're saying is that in your mind, your perception of it, a mediocre or lackluster Trump is a superior experience to the other option. There is no third alternative. I'm not speaking as a matter of principle or like in the abstract or hypothetically. I'm saying that if you believe it's all over if the Democrats take power, it naturally follows from that you should want Trump or his designated, his designated successor to take power instead, to retain power. Right? Can we agree on that as a baseline? All of us agree that in the most negative, worst case possible scenario we can conceive of, it would be better for a continually lackluster Trump. Again, I'm not conceding that frame. I'm just occupying it. Because I don't think that that's true, but I'm saying, okay, I'll grant the point. Yes, he's been lackluster, he hasn't delivered, et cetera, et cetera. He's moving too slow, perhaps. Well then, okay, if we accept that view of him, then basically he's just kind of like an elongated speed bump. It's forcing them to slow down. Well, don't we want that elongated speed bump to be as long as possible? I mean, if you want to make the accelerationist case to me, then I agree to disagree. Full stop. It's not even worth having a conversation. Because I think it is pathologically retarded. It's juvenile and fanciful. So all of us have a vested interest in, no matter the actual facts on the ground, irrespective of the actual facts on the ground, we would prefer Trump or his designated fill-in to take power. Even if it just means they're just there to kind of fend them off and sort of hold them at bay and buy us time. So do you think that it promotes our interests to encourage people, by and large, to feel like Trump is lackluster and insufficient and uninspiring? Do you think that it's helpful toward promoting positive ends to spend all of your time nipping at his heels, critiquing him, holding him accountable, fact-checking him? Well, actually, how is this productive? Is this just like for your own sake, your own ego? Well, I got to be the honest one. I'm not participating in a cult. I just don't know how politics works. The other side, when they have people in power, those people experience they benefit from a relentless, nonstop drumbeat of propaganda. Just a sheer manifestation of political will, forcing a frame upon the people. They're not the voice of the people, they're the voice to the people. This is what Trump does not have. Trump doesn't have a voice to the people apart from his administration itself. But everything that his administration itself says, everyone takes with a grain of salt because they're like, oh, this is just the administration trying to defend its own record. Yeah, Mr. Stu, for many it's to create drama, clicks, and conversions. That's a really big problem. The grifting thing is a very real thing. It's a very real phenomenon, but it's also inevitable and it's always going to be there. So we kind of have to just take it for granted and move beyond it. In fact, having grifters on your side, having grifters grifting on your cause is a good sign. So the thing that I see a lot of people that are like, oh, well, the administration should do this. Use this messaging thing. They should be saying this thing. They should be saying this other thing. This should be the thing that look at all of the things that they're doing. All of the things that they're managing. This is easily the most high-functioning, productive, multifaceted administration in ever. They are jamming, agree with their approach or not, they are actively diving in and making major concerted efforts across a wide number of fronts. There's basically no executive agency that is not doing anything, for better or for worse. They're doing a lot. Could they do more? Sure, I suppose. If that's the only alternative, but I'm saying, why is that the only alternative? Where are their mouthpieces? Where is the relentless, constant drumbeat being hammered into people constantly, every single day, about everything that they're doing and why this needs to be done and why it's going to take a few months to start paying dividends? When you make these sorts of massive structural changes, the things don't pay off immediately. But there's ample reason to expect them to, given everything that the administration has done thus far, particularly on the economic front, which ties directly in to the trade front, which is connected to all the foreign policy. So I see all this, like, everybody thinks that Trump has focused too much on foreign policy and not enough on domestic policy. Why does everybody think that? Because all of the MAGA mouthpieces have been telling them that he's spending too much time on foreign policy and not enough on domestic, rather than explaining why the stuff that he's doing in so-called foreign policy is directly related to the domestic policy, the so-called domestic policy. He is establishing the foundation, the basis upon which the domestic situation can launch up. There's been a gigantic gaping hole underneath us. And he's covering that and offering the upside. But these sums of money and these sorts of like building a factory, onshoring doesn't happen immediately. This isn't even like a deep, nuanced. You literally just think for half a second about it. Onshoring, what does that mean? Bringing factories back. Where'd the factories go? Offshore. Are the factories here? No. Okay, so we have to build factories. We have to hire workers. We have to staff those factories. In some cases, we have to build up services around the factories to acquire the workers. We're literally in the process of like building company towns. Regulations are getting absolutely nuked. They're fast-tracking this stuff through as quickly as possible. And none of this is a secret. They've been telling us about this constantly. They're talking about it nonstop. Here's the plan. Here's what we're looking at. This is why we're doing it this way. But there's no... All the people who should be hammering that message over and over and over and over and over again are instead sitting in the peanut gallery sniping at the president for this thing or that thing or the other thing. And the only people who are actually even trying to do the job of being the propagandists, those are the ones that everyone turns their nose up at. Oh, Benny Johnson, have you heard about his past? Have you heard what he's done in the past? Eric Doherty, slot merchant. But these are the guys who are championing the president at every possible opportunity, laying out exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it and how it's progressing and every single little headline or story that's associated with it. And when they want the president to do something, they say, like, exultantly, look at all this great stuff that's happening. The president should do this too. Constantly attacking their enemies, constantly, over and over and over and over again. And everyone's just like, oh, slop. I'm so tired of slop. Why aren't they having serious conversations about Hegel and Plato? Don't they even know who James Burnham is? Bullshit. They're doing their job. And if you feel like that's beneath you, then that's not the president's problem. That's your problem. Oh, I'm not going to be a hype man. I'm not going to say good things about a guy who's owned by Israel. No, Trump needs to prove himself to me. He may have gotten shot. He may have dedicated the rest of his life and his family's life to all of this. He may be working 20 hours a day and covering the entire globe, putting together all these deals and just never sleeping and juggling all these things all at the same time. But he needs to prove himself to me. I don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. That's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's I don't want to get my hopes up. I don't want to look like a rube. I don't want to get accused of just being some sort of a vapid hype man. I'm not going to be in a cult. I'm a free and independent thinker. None of that has anything to do with the president. Except for yet another thing that's on this administration's plate, on top of everything else that they have to do, that they're trying to do, is also we need to be our own entire media hype network as well. Notice that like all of his cabinet secretaries, they're all very active constantly on social media. Hegseth, RFK, Tulsi, Sean Duffy, Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance. They are always out there telling us everything they're doing, telling us everything they're trying to do, the direction they're trying to row. But everyone has their own little pet issue that they're like, well, you need to adequately address my pet issue before you'll convince me to row along with you. Well, that's fine, but you can't hold that position. You can't have that posture while also like ripping your hair out about, oh, the Republicans lose the midterms. If Zoran Mamdani or AOC gets elected president in 2028, they're going to put all of us in jail. If you actually believe that, then you wouldn't be like turning up your nose at, oh, I'm not going to be a hype man for Trump. How about you want to be a hype man for the dude that's keeping them from putting you in fucking jail? Why is this like, why do I not see anybody saying this? Am I making some sort of weird claim? This is someone I tweeted something else. Someone's like, oh, welcome to democracy. Yeah, fucking hello. Welcome to democracy. Think what you will about the system. It is the one we have. So how about we optimize for winning within this system and back the presently singular option that we have for that until we have the option of another one. So I don't actually believe all of these people who are like, oh, we're going to get put in jail. They don't believe that. They're being fucking drama queens. Maybe it's true, but they don't actually believe it's true. They don't actually know what time it is. If you're like, oh, they're going to put us in jail if they're going to put us in camps and take away our cars, and we've seen them do it before. They're going to do it again if they take power. Wow. Better do everything we can to make sure they don't take power then. Are you willing to be a hype man for a guy you're kind of indifferent to? Is that just a bridge too far? Oh, no. I don't want to go to jail, but if it's between going to jail and being a hype man for him, then I guess I'll just go to jail. All right, bro. Because here is the record thus far. This is just part of it. Caroline Leavitt. President Trump and his entire administration, from the NEC to the Treasury to USDA, are working hard every day to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden, who unleashed the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, something the liberal media barely blamed the Democrats for over the past 4 years. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years and also lower energy costs overall, and they will continue to fall. Why? Because there are structural things that have been done to promote that. Structural things that have been changed. And look at the point that they're making. This is very important because we know energy costs are the number one driver of inflation. Have you ever heard any politicians talk this way? Pointing out this fact that energy costs are the thing that drives inflation more than anything else. Because it increases the cost of transport and operation and everything at every step along the process. So you're not just raising the cost of one input, you're raising the cost of an input that goes across all of them. Negotiated most favored nation pricing agreements to lower prescription drug prices with 5 big pharma companies and counting. Now, if you're a midwit, you'd be like, oh, but prescription drugs are bad and people are dying of overdoses and they're addicted to SSRIs and... Well, what do you think happens when you mandate lower prices for them? Why do you think those prices were so high to begin with? Who is this an attack on? What's that? Yet another vector they're using to attack the same class of people? The insurance companies? Some of the most significant patrons of the Democrat Party and the Republican Party cut 30 regulations for every new one on the books to remove unnecessary red tape and fuel small businesses. So if you cut regulations, what does that benefit? Well, that benefits incumbents. Or sorry, not incumbents, but the opposite of incumbents. It primarily benefits those who are up and coming, who are right at the threshold. It also benefits incumbents who now can undertake a project that maybe before they wouldn't have because of the regulatory hurdles. Now, is this something that you're going to experience a benefit from immediately? No, obviously not. But is it something that you would anticipate a benefit from after several months to a couple of years? Yeah. Oh, well, we don't have a couple of years. There's elections that are sooner than that, and people are going to make up their minds first. Wow, I guess we've got a clear to-do list then. Help people make up their minds sooner. Make this clear to people. Wages rising at the fastest pace in 60 years. They told us this was going to happen. They did a whole multitude of things addressing this structurally to incentivize wages rising. So cutting taxes and raising wages at the same time. Now all of a sudden you've got a big incentive for people to work overtime, make extra money, take on new projects because the regulatory hurdle isn't there anymore. While also a whole bunch of foreign investment is being directed into the country, specifically for these types of projects. If the whole problem is that America has been hollowed out and immigrants are being brought in to replace the Americans, to compete with jobs, to compete with them for jobs, well, the immigrants are being pushed back out again, and the businesses are being brought back. But you don't just pick up a factory and helicopter drop it, and it's fully operational immediately. This takes time. There is no way to do it faster. So what does the administration need? They need a relentless propaganda campaign that buys them time. And what have they been saying? Why is nobody talking about all the stuff that we're doing? Why are Republicans in Congress not running on this? Why are people on Twitter not talking about this? Why are the big YouTubers not talking about this? They're making structural changes that will take time to develop. And there's lots of ways they could be waylaid in the meantime if they lose the political capital. Because the population all just gets disgruntled and because all they're hearing constantly from everyone all around them, he's not doing enough. He's just focused on foreign policy. He's doing this other thing. He doesn't really care about us. He's getting waylaid again. This is just Trump 1.0 all over again. The more you talk that way, the greater the likelihood that actually comes to pass. All the things that you want them to do, most aggressively, ultimately comes down to political will. And you are withholding political will from them while asking them to do the maximally politically willful things. Something has to give here. Well, I'm not withholding my will from him. If he does it, then I'll buy into it. You don't know what time it is. He can only do it when you buy into it. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. The price of eggs, butter, ice cream, fresh fruit, cereal, fish, seafood, rice, pasta, and ham are all falling. And the best is yet to come. If your instinct when you read that is to go, well, $3,000 is not that much. Oh, well, actually, if you go and you look at each one of these prices, it only is kind of flat, and maybe this one went up a little bit, and it's only a few cents, and that doesn't make a big difference in the whole grand scheme of things. You're a faggot. Shut up. That's right. The one guy that stands between us and us all just being arrested and thrown into camps said he brought the price of eggs, butter, ice cream, fresh fruit, cereal, fish, seafood, rice, pasta, and ham, and the cost of a typical new mortgage down, and wages are rising at the fastest pace in 60 years, and 30 regulations for every new one of the book are being cut. And he's bankrupting the insurance companies. That's what's happening. That's why he needs to be reelected. That's why he needs a majority in Congress, so that he can do even more of this. You see the graphic of, it's like a spider web, and you've got the red side is all like big spread out, sprawling mess. The blue side is this dense cluster. That dense cluster, that's what I'm talking about. You spend all this time recognizing that we have a media-controlled state. And then we get our guy into the state, their media scattering on their heels. What does the guy got to do to get a media that will control him? Do you realize what I'm saying? I'm saying, if you relentlessly champion his agenda, you get to have influence over it. If you want him to do more than he's doing, he needs more political will behind him. Not less. Obviously, this message is directed largely at Americans, but even if you're like internationally, you probably have an interest in this. President Trump's pro-growth policies are a proven formula to make America affordable again. They worked in his first term, and they're slowly but surely working now. It's the Democrats' radical policies that create unaffordability. Just look at the cost of living in California and New York. Trust in Trump. Trust in Trump. Don't get so lost staring at tree bark that you miss sight of the forest.
And Caroline?
Yes, sir.
Could you discuss that question that was asked and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Yeah, and I just saw it asked again here, and it's very unfortunate that the reporter...
Slutty Milk says, yeah, well, none of these EOs are in law, so the Dems will just get rid of them. Then go yell at Congress. Assuming a Dem can even win in 2028. Like, how the hell does this not... it's so simple and straightforward, and you want to abstract it away into so many other things. Your criticism of Trump is he's only issued executive orders. None of this is actually established in law. Okay, so the natural follow-on from that is we need to make sure that Congress can actually instantiate these things in law. Well, what will that require? I don't know, a majority in Congress? A greater majority in Congress? How do you get that? By Republicans getting elected. Oh, but Republicans, shut the fuck up. These are the rules of the system. If you say you don't want Republicans elected because blah, 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 okay, sure, fine, great. You don't have to want Republicans elected. But you don't get to say, oh, he didn't do enough because he just did executive orders. If you say, I don't want Republicans elected because of X, Y, and Z, you're simultaneously saying, I don't want those executive orders made into law. Those are parallel statements. The only conceivable way that they're going to be made into law is if Trump picks up larger majorities in the House and the Senate and collects more steam and looks more inevitable. How is this not obvious? This is just basic political, this isn't even political calculus. This is just like political arithmetic. There should be a completely univocal voice demanding that Trump nuke the filibuster. All the pressure should be hammered on Republican congressmen right now. There should be an all-out blitzkrieg against Congress on behalf of Trump. Just hammer them relentlessly, constantly. Put them under more pressure than they've ever been under in their lives. Just obliterate them. Force their hand. I'll have something about that here in just a minute.
In this room refuse to address, sir, what you just said, which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in...
Is that true or not? Is it true that Trump inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history? If it's true, then that's why she's saying it. She's having to say this. I mean, this is the job of the press secretary, to be the mouthpiece of the administration. But they have to repeat this over and over and over and over and over and over. Constantly. Repeat it. Hammer away at it. Force the frame upon the population.
10 short months, and your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. So affordability is what the American people elected this president to do.
Tyler said, people just want Trump to go full dictator because they're impatient and don't realize how risky that is, and going through legal avenues are better even if it takes longer. Yes, and there's no way that he can go full dictator if he doesn't even have confidence that he has the support of his whole coalition. So when you're constantly sniping at him and nipping at his heels because he won't go full dictator, you're actually undermining his ability to go full dictator to whatever extent he is capable of doing that. For him to be a true unitary executive, he needs the popular will fully behind him. Not a scattered bunch of influencers and celebrities that are taking turns, taking shots at him and undermining him and questioning him and second-guessing him and talking about the great odds that he stands against. That's not how you get a dictator, if that's what you want.
And he is doing it, and you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous administration created the worst unaffordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day saying that he doesn't want to talk about
Night, Ozarker pleb.
Affordability. That's what he's working on every day, and that's what this administration is doing.
Right now. But you know why they
So what she's referring to, I've been watching TV all day, and the corporate press does not want to talk about his record on affordability or his commitment to continuing to address it as a follow-through of everything that they've done so far. That means that the narrative that he's not doing enough on the economy and that he doesn't care about it and it's not a priority for him and he's more focused on foreign policy is literally the message of the corporate press. So if you're repeating that message, that means you are uncritically passing on propaganda from the enemy. How?
refuse to cover it?
Can I get
because they're
her for
fake
someone?
news. That's why. Go ahead.
Can I get her someone?
Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Please consider it.
You know what? That's a very good decision you just made. Please don't leave us, Caroline.
Orban is like, hey, she's pretty cute. She's smart. She's sassy. She can work for me. Here's Trump touting his own record. All these people say, oh, he doesn't say enough. He doesn't talk about this enough. American people don't believe it.
Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone.
In 1 year. Like, just the mere fact that they're up at all within not even just a year, like 10 months. The fact that they're even up at all means we have a trajectory here. Being able to make that happen in less than a single year is itself evidence of fundamental structural changes. But if he came in and he said, I'm going to get blue collar wages up. Well, if you did a little bit of thinking, you'd be like, okay, then it's probably going to take, 18 months for that to really start, because of all the headwinds that are against that. It's going to take, a year, 18 months, maybe 2 years to really start getting some headway on that. We haven't had wage inflation in like 40 years. So actually getting it at all in the first 10 months is pretty remarkable. You would expect that this would be something that, you got to just take your hard medicine now. You're going to have to do a whole bunch of work on something that you're not going to get a payoff for. But it's the right thing to do because it needs to happen. Well, what's happening right now is the administration is doing all of the things, all of the fundamental things that need to change that will bear fruit down the line. They're not doing the just dedicate our attention to the easy stuff, just pick stuff off here you go, here's some slop or whatever. No, they're going straight into the deep end because they know they've got limited time. And even if for whatever reason it doesn't bear out, they've dove in there and they've rearranged things so much that it would take a lot to unwind them again. They're getting that inertia, institutional inertia, directed toward this. So that trying to unwind it is going to take basically an equal effort in the opposite direction. Yeah, it is miraculous. Now, this was something in his 60 Minutes interview. I was thinking about sitting watching it, but I don't think we'll have time. And this was the thing that stuck out to me the most. This comment, I don't know that this is the only place I could find this video. I don't know what this tweet's about. Something about Somaliland president, whatever, African stuff. So the N-word. I'll just play this video. But note he mentioned something very interesting here.
Equal advantage. Right now, we're winning it because we're producing electricity like never before by allowing the companies to make their own electricity, which was my idea, which nobody, frankly, had thought of. These massive plants that are being built are building their own electric generating plants along with the plant itself, and that gives them all the electric they need without going to an old grid that's, 150 years old. And they're making it themselves, and then they're selling back any excess electricity into the grid. So
Comrade Trump giving headway to the working man in blue balls to the Israel lobby stirs my gay little heart. Oh yeah, he really has that drag queen energy. Slay. Inshallah, from the river to the sea. Support your local streamer.
Thank you, Justine. And thank you, Reformed Tanky Twink, for your contribution to my streamer salary. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Please do support your local streamer, and you too can hear your words read out by the voice of Justine. Cheeky says, dollar needs to devalue more for onshoring, so real wages won't be great for a while. Sacrifices must be made, you panic scum. Yes, that's the other thing, is they've been actively creating a weak dollar. Simultaneously, they've had to drive the dollar weaker as part of incentivizing and protecting this onshoring, along with a bunch of other stuff. I'm not going to go full Tom Luongo right now, but so they've had the a weaker dollar in along with this all as well. But the upshot of this is they're reversing the offshoring, the deindustrialization. Remember, leading up to the election, I said this was going to be a major focus. Like, this is the thing. It came out of the whole PayPal Mafia world. When I saw them talking about it, I was like, okay, so these are substantial portions of the coalition, the power coalition that elected him, that got him elected. They're all talking in these terms. They're all talking about reindustrialization, onshoring, increasing middle-class wages. This is like the major institutional money is behind this. That's when I knew that it was real. This is not just some sort of vague campaign promise. No, Wall Street, major industry, Silicon Valley, all of these sectors want onshoring and reindustrialization. They all want the increasing either the robustness for the grid, or what he's talking about here is almost in a sort of sense almost routing around the grid, like using this to build up robustness into the grid. But all these companies that are coming in, bringing these factories back, building these factories up, they're getting their approvals fast tracked, regulations slashed. They're getting full expensing for at least the first year. And as part of that, they're building up their own electricity generation capacity themselves. So it's decentralizing the grid. They generate the electricity themselves on site. And then whatever excess they produce, they push back into the grid. So these are the things that are this is what has been being done for the last year. Do you think those things aren't going to bear dividends in the economy? How could you possibly think that wouldn't be the case? Obviously, it's going to happen. But obviously, it's not going to happen instantly. You're not going to see the effects of it in year one. Even though we are already seeing some of the effects of it in year one. It's going to start paying dividends in 2026 and then really into 2027. So we need to lay the I mean, this needed to be done months ago. Laying the foundation for all the propaganda about what's coming. So that the people knows, people are bought in. Yeah, you're not feeling it just yet, but here are all the reasons why you're going to. Here's where you should be moving to start taking advantage of these opportunities. Here are the retraining programs. They've even announced their own retraining programs. Nobody really talks about them. My president needs his propaganda. I'm doing my best. Speaking of propaganda, and all of the stuff that I'm talking about, here is our great, glorious Gigagay. And dude's looking pretty rough there on the left. Holy crap. Steve, you seem stressed out, my man. I can imagine why. Because if we're talking about people going to jail, he would be pretty high up that list. He's already been there. He'd easily wind up there again. Here's Scott Bessent talking about, he shows off the first U.S.-made rare earth magnet. The United States is making rare earth magnets now. From a new 500,000 square foot plant in Sumter, South Carolina, part of President Trump's plan to end China's chokehold on critical materials. These magnets power jets, cars, and iPhones. America is taking its supply chain back. So there's actually, he literally is holding a U.S.-made rare earth magnet. What do you think it means for the U.S. economy, the cost of goods, the cost of production, the cost of transportation? What do you think it means for them in 1 to 3 years if the United States is producing its own rare earth magnets now? And everything else that entails along with it.
Bessent, you're down in South Carolina today. You're touring a factory to show that about capital investment. This is particularly of importance because it's related to magnets. Can you tell us first what you're doing today and what we should look forward to about this, and then we'll get into the Tony Katz of it all, sir.
It looks like if you're watching over on X, it seems as if Kick has caught up quite a bit. It's still a little bit further behind than it usually is, but it looks to me like it's probably, 10 or 15 seconds delayed now instead of 10 minutes delayed.
Yeah, Steve, great to see you. Great to be back on War Room. And I got two things to show you. One, I'm going to be delivering to President Trump in the Oval Office when I get back. This is the first magnet to come off this line here in Sumter, South Carolina. And I will tell you, Sumter is real South Carolina. Where I'm sitting now, this 500,000 square foot facility, which makes these magnets, and we'll come back to the importance of them, used to be a soybean field. And the tax policy has brought this home. And not only these high precision manufacturing jobs, this is national security. We let China take control of the rare earth magnets. Now they've got us in a chokehold. And this facility here is the first step towards breaking that chokehold. Later today, I'm going to be going to Boeing. Boeing is going to do a gigantic expansion of their facility in North Charleston, South Carolina, where they make the Dreamliner. President Trump has been going around the world doing these trade deals, and he personally, I believe, has sold more than 1,000 Boeing airplanes, and these are great, high-paying manufacturing jobs for people in South Carolina. And Steve, I'll jump into it now. Part of addressing the affordability crisis, there are two sides.
Hang on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I want to stick with, because I want to go back to the importance and the centrality of magnets in our production process in the Chinese Communist Party. And these are smart, tough guys. You had an interim agreement in June. They kind of backed off that. You were able to renegotiate.
Okay, so just for some context here, he said that in all these trade deals that Trump has been making, he's sold 1,000 Boeing jets. Now, you may not have context for that. I asked Grok how many Boeing jets have been produced in the past 5 years. Boeing produced 1,853 commercial jets from November 7, 2020 through November 7, 2025. That was, and that includes 0 for 2025. No full year data available yet. So this is actually November 7, 2020 through December 31, 2024. Boeing produced 1,853 commercial jets. So Trump has sold over like 60% of what they have produced over the past 5 years in the trade deals that he's made so far. I don't even know how many jobs. Let's see this. How many jobs does one Boeing jet produce? It's not exactly the right question, but it'll kind of get us there directionally. Jobs supported by one Boeing jet. Direct jobs, approximately 50 to 100. Indirect and induced jobs, approximately 1,000 to 1,600. So that includes supply chain, local economy, which would be retail, healthcare, construction. So say 1,400. So 1,000 times 1,400 is that 1.4 million? Am I doing the math right there? Hold on. 1.5 million, right? 1.5 million jobs. Now, many of those jobs already existed; they were already there. But this is employment security, and it's building up that domestic process.
In South Korea, a 1-year extension, because I don't think people realize our production lines would be shutting down in 6 or 7 or 8 weeks. You were able to get that with President Trump using the leverage. We already hear that the CCP is maybe not totally living up to that. But talk to people about how absolutely urgent it is for us to get magnet production and other processed rare earths in the control of the United States of America for our sovereignty.
Well, Steve, it's a disgrace that this happened. And the Chinese, it started with a plan. In 1995, they bought up a rare earth magnet facility. They bought it from GM. The CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., said you got to keep the factory in the U.S. for 5 years. 5 years and a day. They moved it into China. They've accumulated all the rare earth assets in the world. They have control about 70% of the mining, about 90% of the production. This one German company managed to stay in business as the Chinese cut prices, tried to put them out of business. And now they have stood up this beautiful 500,000 square foot facility in Sumter, South Carolina. And for us to take control of our supply chain. And Steve, these magnets are in everything, from fighter jets to iPhones to every car to every medical device to machines used for CAT scans. And the Chinese used this as a big negotiating tool in April when President Trump raised the tariffs on them. They tried to roll it out again on October 8th. And Steve, this is against the entire Western world, not just against the U.S. It's against Europe, Australia, Canada, UK, Japan, Korea. And through President Trump's leadership and facilities like this, we are going to take back leadership and end this choke point that they have on us.
Okay, this gets to the central part of capital investment, capital equipment that drives, bringing things back. The tariffs help companies like the Germans think, hey, let me build something in the United States. We talked for years in the show when you were a contributor about this being the last shot for a supply-side tax cut. I mean, we made a bet. That bet was on a supply-side tax cut that focused on manufacturing and focused on bringing, investment in capital equipment to return us, coupled with tariffs, to return us to be the manufacturing superpower we are. And I want to get to affordability.
Reform tanky twink.
The only thing weaker than the dollar are minis when I get a dad bod long to explain finance to me. Fill me up with your giant ideas. Please, tell me again why Republicans are the biggest hurdle to the GOP. I love GOP split up that thing.
Oh, I am... Yes, a dad bod Luongooner. That's going in the Twitter bio. I'm a dad bod Luongooner. That is me. Proudly. Get some Luongos in the chat. Yes, the Republicans are the biggest hurdle, and the Republicans are the ones who need to be under fire here right now. The Republicans need to be, all the complaining, all the bitching and moaning and whining and complaining that's happening should all be directed with a single voice in coordinated, targeted campaigns at Republican senators and congressmen on behalf of the administration. Whatever the administration says, repeat it and hammer them with it over and over and over again. Just relentlessly. Be the amplifier of the administration. We'll talk about I think I have a video here regarding the shutdown. So I don't want to say too much more right now because I'll comment on it when we get to that point.
In a second, but the more important thing than even affordability is jobs and growth. Is the supply side tax cut, as you envisioned it and executed for President Trump, do you believe it's working right now? Do you see it kicking in? And is it going to hit the targets on growth that you had anticipated, sir?
So, Steve, let's take three parts here. First, national security. National security is economic security. So without economic security, we don't have any of that. And there is an industrial planning aspect here that this administration, President Trump came in, he signed an executive order on rare earths right at the beginning, right in the first few days, and that these magnets are now coming off the line. Two, the tariffs. The tariffs, the revenue is great, but I've described the revenue as a shrinking ice cube in terms of the tariff income, because what would happen, the goal is to rebalance global trade, that the U.S. became free trade was not fair trade. We want to get fair trade back. President Trump's used the tariffs. Right now, the tariff income is very substantial. Over time, what will happen is as we reshore the factories, tariff income will go down. And from facilities like this and companies like this, the income tax receipts and the payroll receipts from these high-paying jobs will go up. So, a successful tariff regime results in reshoring and better balance. So that is by definition lower tariffs. And then the third part of that was, as you talked about, the tax bill, which has immediate expensing for factories, immediate expensing for equipment. So
that right there, immediate expensing for factories and equipment, is a huge, huge deal. That is, they're taking a hit on tax receipts because it's being offset by the tariffs, and they're giving these companies a major, major incentive to not just onshore, but anybody who's already onshore. They've got a huge incentive to, if they want to expand or build out their operations, now is the time to do it.
We are making the U.S. the best place to build your factory. It is energy dominance. We want to have secure, cheap energy. And then the third part is deregulation, because we had got...
So one more time, the really straightforward and simple here. Bring factories back. Get major write-off. Huge financial incentive to bring factories back. When you build the factories, you build your own electricity generation capacity with them, with everything being a write-off. When you build the factories, you build the electricity generation. Anything excess you produce, you offload to the grid. And then when you build those factories, you hire people. You bring them in right away. And then when you bring them in, you also bring in the supporting facilities around it. If you start up a new factory and you hire a bunch of people into it, those people have to move there. Well, they have to buy houses, which supports real estate agents, and it supports home inspectors, and it supports local financial institutions, and it supports local grocery stores, and restaurants, and doctors' offices, and all the other amenities nearby. Moving companies, yes. But all of these things take some time to roll out, because you don't build a factory in a minute. They've been prepared for this to come, but they had to get it through. And then the more that the tariff thing is kind of up in the air, the longer it gets dragged out, the longer it takes for us to really experience the benefit of this. And ultimately, the decision the Supreme Court makes, don't get it twisted. Political will is going to determine a lot about the decision the Supreme Court makes. We're going to talk about that here in just a minute. And I think that they're going to side with the administration. But the more that political will lags from the administration, the harder it gets for them to actually make the right decision. So this is the system that they have. These are all the moves that they've made. Oh, and then regulations as well. So they're fast tracking approvals and permits for building and developing and getting like all the environmental regulations and everything are getting fast tracked because those are often the biggest hurdle. So if there's any company that's been looking at doing any sort of development and they're like, well, we're going to have our cost of capital, the cost of the equipment and the new infrastructure and everything, we have to eat that. And then there's going to be a long delay for environmental inspections and surveys, and you have to go get this permit, and we have to get ensure compliance on this front and that front. These are all costs that get baked into determining whether or not some major development project happens. They're wiping out as many of those as possible. So it drastically reduces the development cost for not just the companies that are onshoring, but even domestic companies. Slutty Milk says also signing the BBB into law guaranteed permanent tax cuts from 2017, and that means certainty, and companies like certainty, especially when the certainty involves lower taxes. Bingo. This is the stuff that needs to be talked about relentlessly. The fact that people, generally speaking, are souring, are really upset about the economy and feel like the president isn't doing enough with respect to the economy is not a judgment against the president. It's a judgment against the MAGA-friendly media who have not been accurately or adequately covering what the administration is doing.
Gotten out of the ability to build things in the United States. I had an hour-long meeting with the management here beforehand, and I said, why are we sitting in a former soybean field in Sumter, South Carolina? And they said, Governor Henry McMaster and his team got us all the permits in 8 weeks. And Steve, I'm walking through the factory, talking to the workers here. Many of them had been 7 to 15 years at a Caterpillar factory that had closed, probably because the foreign competitors undercut them. And now they're here. There were 800 construction jobs here. There are going to be 300 full-time jobs. But then the owners of this factory think that could go up 6 to 10 times. And I tell you, Sumter is real South Carolina. It is, it is not fancy Charleston. It is not the mountains. This is God's guns and Gamecocks.
Mr. Secretary, hang on for 1 second.
That's the outro music playing for Bannon. But there's the story right there. Just gave you a clean, delineated story. This Caterpillar factory goes down. These guys who worked there have now gotten employment here at this new factory that is the first one to ever make U.S.-made rare earth magnets. This is a big frickin' deal. It's kind of wonky. Most people don't really understand all the details and stuff or why it's significant. That's why they need media who interpret this and tell them why this is significant, why this is important. What a big deal this is. How this shows, this is direct proof of concept of exactly what the administration is doing to address affordability. And then this was another point from the same interview that I hadn't heard about. So this is when the administration hadn't even talked about this, but now they are.
And I want to make 2 more points. To make it even worse, many parts of the tax bill that were President Trump's signature working class, the pieces of the tax bill, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility, if you buy an American car, many of the blue states are not going to include that in their state taxes. They do not, because they have such Trump derangement syndrome. They want to hurt their own people to keep them from doing well because those were President Trump's signature policies. Steve, as you know, I am also the IRS commissioner, so I can see the data. What we are going to see here, and maybe this will calm that maniac down a little, is that there are going to be substantial tax refunds to working Americans because everything the One Big Beautiful Bill did on July 4th is retroactive. People have not changed their withholding for 2025. So we're going to see substantial refunds to working families in the first quarter of 2026. Everyone will adjust their withholding on January 1st. And so anyone who gets tips, does overtime, gets Social Security, has auto deductibility, those wages will jump up automatically. So think about the first quarter of this year, $1,000, $2,000 refunds per household, plus all those working class tax benefits kicking in. That's why I'm optimistic.
Now, in case that you didn't necessarily completely follow that, what he's saying is those tax changes that were made in the One Big Beautiful Bill were not prospective. They were not just going forward. They were retroactive to the beginning of 2025. So everyone's 2025, 2025 Social Security, tips, overtime, or if they purchased a vehicle, they're going to get the tax benefits of that from the One Big Beautiful Bill if it happened at any point in 2025. So that means come spring, lots of people are going to get way bigger tax refunds than they expected to. Here's another thing I've been saying. They've been talking about this for a while now. It's a very large video. They've been talking about this. Nobody else is passing on that they're talking about this, but they've been talking about this. And here's Benny Johnson. Oh, hold on. Just a sec. Need to share the screen. See, I'm looking back over here, and the screen is shared. And I look over here. Oh, wait a second. No, I got to share the screen. Slutty Milk says their refunds will be bigger since they're withholding taxes at old rates, yet it's retroactive. And then their wages go up via withholding less. Exactly.
Yo, guys, what's up? I think you know where we are right here. And I want to give you an update on something that I think is absolutely critical. I just spent 4 hours going over one of the biggest problems in our country. The ability for young people to buy homes, get their piece of the American dream. It's something that's been lost, and it's something we're going to get back. It's so critically important for families to have a place to raise their children, for men to have a place to bring their wives home to after getting married, for legacy, for equity in the American dream, for having a physical piece of the American dream, housing. It is the promise of America. It's foundational, woven into our founding documents, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. And it's something that we are going to reclaim for young people and for first-time home buyers and for people that want to say, America is my homeland, and I'm going to make the American dream happen for my American family and my American children. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're going to do. Very, very exciting stuff to announce. Thrilled about it. God bless you all. Let's go make housing great again. Yo, guys.
So he's been talking about this for a few days now, and this is right on the heels of both Besant and Vance saying that stuff is coming on this front very soon. So again, I'm saying, like, everyone, people don't know how, what's happened. The administration hasn't communicated this well enough. Everyone's really depressed and demoralized about the economy, and they think that Trump isn't following through on any of his promises. And here, this is what they're talking about. These are the things that are coming out every single day. But everyone else is like arguing about other things. It's not like those other things aren't important, but we got to walk and chew gum at the same time. Couple interesting announcements from the president today. I have asked the DOJ to immediately begin an investigation into the meat packing companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they are being blamed for what is being done by majority foreign-owned meat packers. So we're getting DOJ investigations in majority foreign-owned meat packing companies who artificially inflate prices and jeopardize the security of our nation's food supply. Action must be taken immediately to protect consumers combat illegal monopolies, and ensure these corporations are not criminally profiting at the expense of the American people. I am asking the DOJ to act expeditiously. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then he followed it up with this. While cattle prices have dropped substantially, the price of boxed beef has gone up. Therefore, we know that something is fishy. We will get to the bottom of it very quickly. If there is criminality, those people responsible will pay a steep price. So think about this here. For those of you, especially those of you who have been listening to the show for the last year, 10 months. When you hear that, I see in the chat, Spud Ruckus says, finally. Milk says, waited patiently for 1 week award. How many times have you experienced, if you sat down and you made a list of every single time I talked about something on the show, some new thing that the administration has their sights set on, and you got that feeling of, oh, yes, finally, got what I voted for again. If we were to make a list of those things, big or small, all of them, just no matter what, every single thing that I've talked about on the show that gave you that response of, oh, finally someone's actually addressing this. How long would that list be? I mean, I feel like it would probably be hundreds, at least like many several dozens. And some of these are big things, some of them are small things. But this is what this administration has been doing. They are so responsive. They are hitting everything so comprehensively. Yeah, coming up with a concise list would be great. Group effort. You guys put together, coordinate this in the King Pill Discord. You guys put together the full list of everything. And I'll make sure that we get this amplified to Kingdom Come. And we can constantly update it. Have a keeper of the list. So many things. And you could sit here and you could quibble about each individual one. Oh, they could have gone this far on this, or this other thing needs to be done, or they haven't fully addressed this. Yes, sure, of course. They've been in office for 10 months. But all of those, that whole long list of things, you could say, I wish they would have addressed fewer things and they would have done more on the things that they have addressed. But now you're going to be in a fight with the person who's like, well, no, then they wouldn't have addressed my thing. No, you can't knock my thing off the list just so they do your thing more. This idea that they're just like not addressing things, or they're just kind of mailing it in, or just doing the bare minimum, or only focused on foreign policy stuff and not paying any attention to immigration or the economy or inflation or anything like that. It's just it is just simply wrong. And it drives me fucking crazy when people are wrong on the internet. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. From Mark Mitchell at Rasmussen. Calls himself Honest Pollster. Dear Trump team. And he tags Trump, the White House, Rapid Response, JD Vance, at GOP, at Speaker Johnson, at Leader John Thune. Well written and presented in its entirety. This is very representative of the common sentiment I receive daily. Okay, so he's a pollster he's a pretty good pollster. They're pretty comprehensive. They're trying to do their best. They're good faith, I think, trying to do their best. So he's pretty tapped into what the average person is thinking. And this is being presented as, hey, Trump team, this is what everyone's thinking. Here's our criticism of you. And I'm here to tell you that what this is a comprehensive list indicating just how much Trump media, right-wing media, MAGA media, has dropped the ball. Hey, Mark, I followed your election coverage, and I've seen a few of your recent videos, and you are spot on with how Trump voting Zoomers and younger millennials feel. You have it much closer to reality than the myriad of right-wing influencers or media people. Trump has done some good things, closing the border, deportations, and the repudiation of woke and the repudiation of woke are accomplishments. However, we need more on the home front. We wanted America first and to drain the swamp, and we've been disappointed on both fronts. Everyone I know under 50 has a deep skepticism of Israel. Even those who initially supported them after 10/7 are disgusted by their behavior and the slavish devotion so many of our politicians have toward them. We do not trust the government or its departments. Remember Doge? Whatever happened with that? USAID was gutted, but there has to be a bill passed or the next Dem will just fund their silly or outright subversive programs again. The lack of will to do big government cuts during this shutdown is cowardly. Who passes a bill? Who passes a bill to ensure that USAID doesn't get funded again in the future? Who does big government cuts during the shutdown? A lot of people lost faith after the Epstein debacle, especially since answers and accountability were promised. Instead, it was totally swept under the rug, and now it looks like Trump is guilty. Total unforced error. Plus a ton of other little things. If Trump is so sure 2020 was stolen, why is there no massive national investigation? Why is there no bill in Congress to standardize voting in every state? It may not be possible. I think the Constitution says it's up to the states to do, but you have to try. Again, what are these things that are being listed off? Why is Congress not doing this? So why is this message being directed at the administration that's constantly yelling at Congress for not doing these things? Why is there no major national investigation into voter fraud? Why is there no major investigation into draining the swamp? How many grand juries have been convened? It's like these people, on one hand, Trump's just issuing executive orders and they don't do anything. But on the other hand, he's not just doing everything by executive fiat. Make up your fucking mind. Scott Bessent, who I like, has said multiple times, Wall Street had its day, it's time for Main Street to have its day. It sure doesn't look like that's the case. Market is at an all-time high and our biggest companies are laying off tens of thousands of people. H-1Bs must be addressed as well. There is no need for them. It's simply a scam on educated American workers. On the economy in general, I was not expecting a miracle 10 months in, but everyone knows housing prices are a major issue. Yet there is no national plan to address this or to stop BlackRock & Co. from buying up a third of the single-family homes. This is like the first thing that's been mentioned here that the administration technically hasn't publicly done anything toward. That the administration could conceivably do. That's why Mamdani won. His policies aren't for the poor. The poor already get free stuff. It's for people who were on the lower end of middle class 5 years ago but now feel destitute due to inflation. The America dream used to be in reach but is now a hopeless fantasy. Again, stock market is an all-time high. Something has to give. Wealth concentration is out of hand. I can see why people don't mind the word socialism anymore. How can you tell people socialism is somehow worse than our current system? People are willing to listen to any idea that shakes up the status quo and gives them some relief. We want to see more plans for the American people. We don't want to go back to an America run by the Dems, or worse, the traditional pre-Trump Republican Party. So far, Trump has been a foreign policy president, and his want to stop foreign conflicts is admirable. However, we want America first and to make America great again. You see what I mean? All of you guys who've been listening regularly, I don't want to sit here and have to run through everything, every single episode. We've talked about every single thing on this list. We've talked about for a year now. And every single thing, either the administration has already been doing stuff with respect to this, it's not something within the administration's purview, or it's something that they have delineated clearly over and over again that is coming. Yeah, perhaps Mark Mitchell should look into the president's massive list of accomplishments and relay them to his followers. This is not a condemnation of the administration. This is a condemnation of Congress and the media. I know about all of this stuff, so it's not like the administration hasn't communicated it. You guys know about this stuff because I know about it and I've talked about it. So I reject wholly out of hand this idea that, oh, well, the administration should be telling people, they should be talking about this, they should be championing it. They literally are, constantly, nonstop. They're literally saying, why are people not talking about this? They're begging you. Open up those info pipelines. Where's my cathedral? I'll fucking build it myself. Now, on the other hand, I'm a very rational, moderate, centrist fence sitter. So I'll also say that reading this is a massive, massive white pill. Because if, as Mark Mitchell attests, and I'll take his word for this, this is very representative of the common sentiment he receives daily, then when stuff starts coming through, like what he's describing he wants and the direction that the administration is skating, they're going to crash right into each other. This is exactly what the administration, this is the entire ethos and focus of the administration, is basically everything that was written here. Even the warming up to socialism. Yeah, it's probably not going to be a very difficult fight. Now it is. Libertarians are loud and obnoxious and retarded. It'll be a difficult fight. Boomers will still be around. But the social nationalist project is coming along quite nicely. Now let's talk a little bit about the elections that everyone's going full retard about. Gabe Guidarini, look at my spajigger. Let's get some Luongos in the chat in honor of our spaghetti American here. Gabe Guidarini says, Chattarelli outperformed Trump's numbers among the typical high-propensity voters, affluent suburbanites. You catch that? Jack Ciattarelli, the gubernatorial candidate, gubernatorial candidate for New Jersey, outperformed Trump among affluent suburbanites, but collapsed among lower propensity voters, working class Hispanics, etc. So the people who are less likely to vote just didn't come out. The people who are more likely to vote voted for him more than they voted for Trump. Gobble-gooble tutorial. Yeah, spajiggers are having their moment ever since Trump brought back Columbus Day. We got to get some slutty milks in the chat. He says voter contact infrastructure or ballot chasing is how you hold the Trump coalition together in off-year elections. Just straight up get out the vote. And then I've got a number here, a number of tweets. This guy's just been spamming gems. This is Latinx adjacent Dr. PhD at Tonerus Highest on Twitter. This McCain Republican person, I'm glad Trump expanded our coalition, brought minorities, Latinos, and working class Americans into the tent, and gave us the chance to win the Rust Belt. But God, our old coalition was so much more reliable when it came to turning out to the polls. And he said, as someone who lived through Obama and the permanent Democratic majority conventional wisdom, watching Republicans change to winning presidential elections and having middling midterms and then crying all over the place is enraging. It's just never, ever, ever something Dems did in 2010 or 2014. They got absolutely stomped on and were like, lol, suck my dick. And they were right, by the way. He's been hammering away at this. He says, Dems really have just gone nuts. They've convinced themselves people in Texas or Ohio, which has no mail voting, no voter ID, it has voter ID, and such, want to burn everything to the ground to spend $1 trillion. It's wild to see. Reporting from Dem senators sounds like West Wing fanfic. And this guy, Election Corner, says they win 2 blue state governorships with a Republican in the White House, and suddenly you think it's 1932. And our guy says, all I've thought about since this started was, did Dems even give a crap when GOP flipped Virginia and shift New Jersey 12% rightward in 2021? It's straight baffling and idiotic to watch people on the right react to an off-cycle election. all these people analyzing like individual townships and which House seat in Virginia flipped, and Dems literally didn't give a crap. Fully justifiably, by the way. Many on the right are acting like absolute retards. And Ryan Jerdusky said the media and liberal Republicans are making a big deal out of the Latino vote in the New Jersey governor race, but compared to 2021, Ciattarelli made gains in many Latino areas. Where did he experience the biggest backslide since 2021? In working class white areas of the state. So again, this is also working class white people are probably the ones who are going to be the least likely to vote. I can imagine them being, especially in an off-cycle election, they're going to be like, whatever, it doesn't really matter for me. Or they're just literally going to be busy working. And he says, I already mentioned this 4 to 5 times, and compared to 2017, the differences are humongous. Like 20 plus points right in every single location. This is simply a sign that your off-year electorates are not your presidential ones. In other words, the people who turn up to vote on off-year elections are not the people who turn up to vote for major elections. And then had several more from him. Here's what the Senate Democrats, supposedly they had a deal. They were coming really close to a deal. This is what they wanted. They wanted a 3-bill appropriations bill, a minibus. They got to put them on a minibus, all right. They wanted a 1-year extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies as they are now. So in other words, just kick it forward for 1 more year so we can have this fight at the midterms. Just shameless politicking. And then a committee to be set up to figure out longer-term ACA and healthcare solutions. So this is per source familiar. Plus what we have heard off and on for days, but it's firm now. Witty response to item 3 from a Republican source. Dems think they just invented the finance committee? And Latinx adjacent doctor says, Dems cycle to becoming the dumb party is fully complete. No one's trading 3 small bills for Schumer's Viagra prescription. And guy says, very obvious, Dems want to make healthcare the central issue in midterms. And he said, yep, Republicans aren't stupid. Dems definitely are, though. So the Republicans rejected the Democrats' offer to end the shutdown on those terms. He says, as I said, Schumer really got high in his own supply. Schumer says this is a reasonable offer. Republicans are almost certain to reject it. One Republican just noted that all this does is force Congress to address it around the midterms next year. Dream scenario for Dems to be able to talk about health care right before the elections. And then he said, he says, like I said, no one of the Republicans is going to agree to that. Not a single one. There wasn't a single Republican. They were fully on board with rejecting this. He said, Democrats could just keep the government closed, and that's, to be honest, where the GOP is going to arrive at in the coming days. GOP needs high base turnout in 2026 to minimize losses and potentially keep the House, and they won't play Schumer's obvious game of starting this all over in September of 2026. And then Senator Roger Marshall of the Democrats said of the Democrats proposing a 1-year extension of ACA subsidies. He said, it's a horrible idea. We might as well go home and start over again. It's disappointing that they think that this is what's going to open the government. And Varad Mehta says, you mean Republicans aren't going to eat whatever shit sandwich Democrats are trying to cram down their throats just because? That's impossible. And Latinx adjacent doctor said, because of the cynical play by Schumer, don't expect the GOP to sign on to anything that doesn't end after the 2026 elections at this point, let alone anything that funds ACA subsidies to blue states for nothing more than a continuing resolution. Schumer actually lost any leverage he had from Tuesday's elections by yesterday, and he wasted it. And one Republican senator said to me that every single GOP senator is opposed to the Democratic proposal. He said a bill that can pass looks like an omnibus extending to December of 2027 that funds the government at these levels without poison pills, and the GOP will put in something about how Russ has to give you back those grants he took in October. The alternative to this, grim, of course, for Democrats. So this kind of is where I've sensed things may wind up, that they agree on some sort of an omnibus that basically just locks in current levels of spending, and the GOP makes concessions. And the question will be, what sort of concessions is the GOP going to make for that? And if some of that is that he has to give back some of these grants, but in return you lock in the current level of funding, then that may be a that might be a deal that has to be made. Because again, right now the administration does not have a real majority. So they can hold their ground to a certain point, but at the end of the day, traitorous Republicans are going to be traitorous Republicans, and you have to have some of that baked into the calculus here. And if there's traitorous Republicans being traitorous, then the administration can yell and complain about them, but that's ultimately going to be up to the rest of us to go after them. This here from Open Source Zone is the new Cook political report for the 2026 House ratings after Jared Golden's retirement. Jared Golden is a Democrat congressman from Maine who, right after the elections, threw a whole bunch of cold water on him by stepping down. And the seat that he holds is a moderate seat that has that's likely to flip. So this is Cook's political report has Republicans at 213, so they're up 1 now. Democrats still at 206, and the toss-ups drops from 17 to 16. And of these toss-ups, I think about 3/4 of them are Republican-lean toss-ups. So this is, he says, the map keeps getting uglier for Dems. This is post-California, too. So this is assuming California does their redistricting. This is after that. This is not including the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This isn't including any of the redistricting from the Republicans yet. Yeah, pre-Indiana, Kansas, and Florida. This doesn't include Indiana, Kansas, or Florida redistricting. So there's the possibility that a whole bunch of these blue districts disappear, starting from this baseline right here. So here's the ending the filibuster case. This is what Trump wants. He's telling you exactly what the agenda is. This is exactly why they want them to end the end the filibuster so they can pass with a simple majority. It would be these things here. It's not just end the filibuster for a continuing resolution. It's end the filibuster to get voter ID, no mail-in voting, ending no cash bail, and no welfare for illegals.
You know the Democrats are going to do that, and most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that, so why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people.
Reform Tanky Twink.
It turns me inside out when the silly frog posters don't get it. You got to hammer it over, and over, and over again.
So true!
I know what that feels like, and it sure makes me want to do whatever you want.
Oh no.
We must punish the bratty senators and let our guys in.
That's right. We're going to punish the bratty senators. We're going to call it Brat Summer. The bratty senators get hit with our giant bratwursts.
These people are absolutely crazed.
These
Trump
people are
derangement
sick.
syndrome, whatever it may be.
Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham is going to love Brat Summer.
I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster, and we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place, and lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
If they're not going to do that, then it seems like you'd have to make a deal with Democrats to end the shutdown.
Here's some of the things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you passed anything because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are.
Yeah, the Democrats are willing to absolutely shit on their own people. They are going to hurt their own people very badly and just hope that they can blame it on the administration. That's their game. If you defined the Democrat political strategy right now, it's make things as bad and painful as possible and run a massive sustained propaganda campaign blaming it on the administration, saying the administration has done this through malevolence or negligence. So when you begin running with that line, you are literally trumpeting the Democrat Party line. Can I say it any more simply than that? Their entire political strategy is make everyone hurt as much as possible and blame Trump for it. So when you blame Trump for everyone hurting, you are part of the propaganda apparatus of the Democrat Party and the neocons. But I repeat myself. It's that simple. And look at this. 29th win at the Supreme Court. In 10 months. In 10 months, the Trump administration has racked up 29 wins with the Supreme Court. In a 6-3 vote, SCOTUS is temporarily blocking a lower court order and allowing the Trump administration to, wait for it, require that all new passports display a person's biological sex at birth. This is what the administration is doing. They're having to argue cases like this. They're dedicating resources to arguing cases like this because they have to. There is no alternative around this. And every single one that they win builds up this record of winning that breeds more winning. Displaying passport holder sex at birth no more offends equal protection principles than displaying their country of birth, the court said in an unsigned order. In both cases, the government is merely attesting to a historical fact without subjecting anyone to differential treatment. Isn't that interesting? So a person's biological sex at birth, per the Supreme Court, is a historical fact that the government is merely attesting to. What clever wording. Now, speaking of the Supreme Court, here's Howard Lutnick, and I know some of you guys don't like hearing him. He's pretty schmoozy, but this is actually a pretty good rundown, and he makes the case well, and he answers a couple of questions that are pretty relevant. So I think it's a pretty good summation.
My tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see those numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one?
President speaking, talking about the economy in Miami this afternoon. The Supreme Court today hearing oral arguments earlier over the president's sweeping tariffs at the same time, brought by a number of affected small businesses, this case, in different states who claim that only Congress has the power to impose this tax. The Trump administration citing a 1977 law, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which gives the president broad economic powers during an international economic emergency. Trump first used this law in February to tax goods from China, Mexico, Canada, and then...
That, by the way, that's IEPA. You see IEPA here? That's the International Emergency Economic Protection Act. This is the basis, the legal basis that they are currently arguing for the tariffs upon. That's the legal basis they're using to justify the tariffs. In other words, the tariffs are an act of national security because there is an economic emergency, which Trump declared. Trump declared a national economic emergency to justify that's what he invoked so he could use this case.
And fully unleash it on the rest of the world on Liberation Day back in April. Some conservative justices actually sounded skeptical at points today when looking at how much power the president has on tariffs. Here was Neil Gorsuch.
You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. You mentioned that a couple of times. But don't we have a serious retrieval problem here? Every president will sign a law that gives him more authority. Congress can't take that back without a supermajority. And even then, it's going to be veto-proof. What president's ever going to give that power back?
All right, the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was at the Supreme Court to watch the discussion today and joins us now. Sir, good to have you back on. What did you see today? What do you think? How do you think they're leaning?
Well, I think they're leaning toward the president. So what happened is General Sauer, our Solicitor General, was out.
John D. Sauer, by the way, who's a patriot.
First, and the justices were tough. Let's say they were asking them tough questions. But when the other side got up, wow. It was very, very strong. And so I left very upbeat and very positive. And I think these justices are going to come down in favor of the president's powers because he's stopping the emergency of what's happened to trade against the United States of America. Everybody knows it. And some of those discussions were really, really interesting. And that's why it's fun to be on the show to sort of talk about exactly what some of these justices said.
You know, there was so much doom and gloom when you went down the tariff road. Everybody said this was going to be just so damning for the economy. The Atlanta Fed, and I think we have a graphic to show here, is indicating they think third quarter GDP is going to be at around 4%. That's a big number. That's a very healthy, robust number for the economy. Do you think that plays into the minds at all? If the Supreme Court's looking at this, if they saw any...
Obviously, GDP is fake and gay, but there's a lot of people who don't think GDP is fake and gay. So a big GDP number is politically compelling to people.
Economy that was crashing, if they saw, you know, indications that tariffs were really doing damage, I feel like that might impact their vote. They're not seeing that, though.
Of course, if the stock market was going,
yeah.
I mean, which way is the stock market going? Up, up, up. Which way is the economy going? 3.8 last quarter, estimates of 4.4% this quarter. I mean, the economy is on fire because of Donald Trump's economy is one that says tariffs, come on, build in America. You know, the president's been saying north of $15 trillion coming to build in America. That's going to grow our economy more than 4. It could grow our economy more than 5%. I mean, these are numbers no one's ever thought are possible for America, and it's driven by Donald Trump's trade and tariff agenda.
If this doesn't go your way, do you guys have workarounds to deal with this so that you don't lose, you know, I think the foothold that you have with these tariffs? Are there ways to do this if the Supreme Court comes down on you the wrong way?
Sure. One of the things they talked about is Section 232, which was 9-0 at the Supreme Court, and that also is about tariffs. So there are plenty of tariff rules that the president has no matter what. But
so that's one thing that is relevant for the Supreme Court justices, and they actually brought up. I don't remember which one it was that said it. I think it might have been Roberts, who was like, well, if we were to rule against you on this front here, then you could just go through this other route, and then there's this other route, and there's other routes that you could use, and we're just going to be whack-a-moling this. He said that himself. I think it was Roberts who said it. One of them did. So they said, like, this is that's not even the most compelling part, but that is something that does play into their thinking. I think that if they say no, he can't do it here, which would be against it would be a very, very flimsy legal argument, then the administration already has their backup plans for how they're still going to apply them. So it doesn't really accomplish much.
The answer is these judges are going to side with Donald Trump. I'll give you an example. That Justice Kavanaugh said, imagine a meeting in the Oval Office where they have the power.
This is probably the most compelling point here. And it's interesting that it came from Kavanaugh. One of the most compelling points.
Said, imagine a meeting in the Oval Office where they have the power, because the other side agreed that the president has the power under this IEEPA rule. They admitted that he could just cut off trade to a country. So he says, can you imagine a meeting in the Oval Office where they say to Mr. President, you can cut off trade to this country?
Yeah.
And then the president says, well, that's too much. Let's do something less. And they say, no, Mr. President, you can't do less. You either have to, blow them up with trade and have a full embargo or nothing. It just doesn't make any sense. The concept is you can always use a weaker power to get weaker measures. That's very sensible, and that is what the judges are going to agree, that if he can cut off trade, he surely can set a tariff.
And that is the case that I don't remember which side. It must be the plaintiffs, because I think they're suing the government. So the plaintiffs, that was the case they made. They actually attested to that. They said, yes, our argument is that under this statute, Trump could establish a full embargo on another country, but he can't establish a tariff, because a tariff is a tax and only Congress can tax. That's the argument that they're making. And it was Kavanaugh who said, well, this doesn't seem to make any sense. And then also Cheeky says can't undo the tariffs will cause more harm and uncertainty. It was Amy Coney Barrett who said, if we were to rule on behalf of the plaintiffs and they had to unwind this, then it would be a mess to try to refund all of these things, right? And the person the other attorney sort of blathered a little bit, and she was like, yeah, so in other words, a mess. It would be a huge mess. These are things that are major factors that I think are going to play into the decision.
Can set a tariff. All right, that's interesting. It'll be obviously a case to watch. We could get a pretty quick answer, is what they're indicating, because it's a very timely thing, a timely decision. It needs to be decided quickly. I have to ask you, because you're one of the most New York guys I know.
Okay, he just talks about Mamdani a little bit there at the end. So here's Scott Bessent saying, making a very, very similar argument to the press.
Last question. Justices clearly were contemplating what would happen if they struck down these tariffs. are you or how are you preparing for that contingency?
Well, I just said we're going to cross out. That's your words, not mine, and it's a silly statement, so don't make it. So we are
Bitch
confident,
slap.
and especially after today, I believe that the Solicitor General made a great case. I actually thought that the two plaintiffs' attorneys, in a way, embarrassed themselves because at one point there was a question. So you believe that the President of the United States has the authority to embargo a country, but does not have the authority to assert a 1% tariff? And the plaintiff's attorney was forced to say yes.
Can you
So completely nonsensical. Thanks, everybody.
Gigasassed. And so he posted this after so Scott Bessent was sitting there, front row seat, couldn't wait to be there, sitting there listening to the arguments. And then he came out and posted this. A short time ago, I arrived back at U.S. Treasury after watching arguments before the U.S. Supreme Court on the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA. U.S. Solicitor General D. John Sauer presented strong, persuasive arguments on the necessity of using IEPA tariff authority to confront the emergencies President Trump has declared. More importantly, the plaintiffs' attorneys, Neil Katyal and Benjamin Gutmann, espoused arguments that reflected foundational misunderstandings and misrepresentations about the Trump administration's trade goals. Using IEPA, President Trump has sought to rebalance decades of unfair trade against the United States that has brought us to a tipping point. The goal of his agenda is bringing back manufacturing and balancing the crisis-level deficits and trade barriers with our global trading partners. The tariff income is incidental to these urgent goals, not the underlying reason for their application. In fact, as I have said many times, as the terms of trade are made more fair, U.S. manufactured items will replace imported goods. Tariff revenues will shrink, and U.S. domestic tax receipts will surge. Showing their dramatic lack of economic understanding, Messrs. Katyal and Gutmann, I love he says Messrs., argued that a president does have the authority to impose an embargo or quotas on other countries because those actions do not affect government revenues. Of course, they do. What embarrassing statements to make in front of SCOTUS. He is dragging these guys. I mean, think about that. The president does have the authority to say, full embargo, no trade whatsoever with this country, or quotas. So we can only take X amount of individual items, individual units in this particular item with this country. But we can't apply a tariff. And of course, an embargo or quotas would affect government revenues. It doesn't affect it in the same way that a tariff affects it, but it's going to affect tax receipts. It's going to affect like regulatory costs. It's going to affect a whole bunch of different things. Furthermore, in a statement bordering on the absurd, Oregon Solicitor General Gutmann said he believes IEPA gives POTUS authority to impose a full embargo on a country, but not a 1% tariff. President Trump has used the IEPA authority to address the fentanyl crisis, bring us back from the edge on trade policy, secure rare earths from China, and curtail the purchases of Russian oil. All urgent national security issues. Economic security is national security, and IEPA provides a powerful tool for President Trump to protect our people, our economy, and our nation. And Suitable Politic here, Derek, said Scott Bessent has continued his rampage, this time running out of the Supreme Court with blood on his hands. The blood of opposing counsel's arguments. And then he just quotes it. Suitable Politic is a gigafag appreciator. And then here is Jamieson Greer, just kind of reiterating a point I made a minute ago. Here's Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative, saying that even if they were to rule against us in some narrow fashion on this, there's other ways we can do it.
Well, if it doesn't go the way President Trump wants, he loses a lot of the flexibility that we believe Congress granted him to deal with these emergencies we're facing, right, of the trade deficit, the loss of manufacturing, et cetera. And then what's next? Well, then, as Justice Barrett pointed out, there's the question of the funds. I think some of that is an open question. And so the Treasury Department will have to, figure out what that means. And there might even be more litigation on that point. And then, of course, tariffs are going to be part of the policy landscape. And the justices all signaled, a lot of additional authorities there are out there. We continue to be confident in this case, but believe me, tariffs will be a part of the policy landscape going forward.
Tariffs will be a part of the policy landscape going forward. So, this is another one of those things. I see all these people, all these ostensibly pro-Trump people who are very hand-wringing. Look at that. They're doing the hand-wringing constantly wringing those hands together about how, see, Trump's, the Supreme Court's got him by the short hairs. Trump's just gonna get blocked, not gonna be successful. No. This is exactly the wrong posture to have. Exactly. Instead, you need to be contributing to a massive propaganda campaign that ensures the political will is so high that the Supreme Court is placed under political pressure themselves to rule in favor of the administration. Because it's not like they have to come up with some clever legal justification to rule in his favor. It's the plain obvious. They have to tie themselves in knots to not rule in his favor. I do think there is the possibility that they do some token thing. They don't completely 100% rule in the administration's favor. They do some sort of token thing like, oh, you can't do this, or you can only do this, or you have to say this thing, or whatever. But basically allow them to maybe they can leave things as they are now, but he's constrained moving forward or something like that. But I think that there's no way. I will be absolutely stunned if they not just rule against them, but demand that they refund tariff revenues. There's no possible way that's going to happen. I will retire from podcasting if that happens. Speaking of someone who should retire from podcasting, how's that for transition? James Lindsay and his plot to control the future of the post-Trump American right by becoming the next Bill Buckley through gatekeeping them from mainstream discourse by labeling them as woke right. A thread from the esteemed Kaiser von Lohengram, a recent powerful mutual. He made this thread back in June. James Lindsay has made a tweet with the words woke right nearly every single day for at least the past 8 months, since roughly around the time of the election of Donald Trump. He has been noted and ridiculed by many for doing so, but the question that stands is, why is he doing it? Theories that have been proposed include, 1, he's a grifter and is in it for the money. I find this to be completely untrue. Lindsay has lost potential money and support in his crusade and dedicates an absurd amount of his time and energy to this fight. He's smart enough to know that this isn't befitting him financially at this moment, and he could have easily rescinded and retracted and been accepted back if he simply stopped and apologized for it. He even acknowledges as much himself. From this picture, woke right mad, I started speaking out about it at the peak of my relevancy. The loss of relevance since has been significant, is shameful, and is going to be extremely short-lived. This is what someone who is a grifter would have done. This leads to the second proposed theory. He is just unhinged and crashing out. Well, this is true to an extent, with him doing things such as labeling this random Turkish guy named Furkan Gozukara, who loves Zoran Mamdani, alongside accusing many random tiny follower account anons, to include myself, as a member of the woke right. It doesn't paint the full picture. Almost certainly there are deeper motives to why he is doing this, and Lindsay himself has outlined it in many of his articles. This leads me to the question, what is his actual motive? What I believe James is doing is seeking to establish himself as the number one thought leader of the American right, a role he believes he should hold. Pick one. He said, Dr. Taylor Marshall had said, let us stand in full agreement with His Holiness on this point. Communism has penetrated even Christian circles disguised as solidarity. It's our pastoral duty to expose it. And he said, let's stand in full agreement with His Holiness. And James Lindsay said, no, you don't. If you did, I'd be your leader instead of kicked to the curb. Stupid fascists. You're not anti-communist. You're communist, one step removed. And given how the PRC runs, 0 steps today. It's a role he believes he should hold, and the ultimate gatekeeper of the right wing. Those are the roles. He wants to be the number one thought leader of the American right, the ultimate gatekeeper of the right wing. I also believe he is taking much of his playbook for this from Bill Buckley. But who is Bill Buckley? Bill Buckley was the founder of the National Review in the 1950s. In the 50s and 60s, there was a wide diversity of right-wing thought in the discourse, much as there is today. Notable examples include the previously established Old Right, the John Birch Society, Ayn Rand Objectivists, and the American Nazi Party headed by George Lincoln Rockwell, a former associate of National Review. Buckley worked heavily to gatekeep and control the direction of the right wing at this era, excising all of them from the discourse. He worked to ally the more moderate social conservatives who were in favor of the Civil Rights Act alongside neoconservatives to form the New Right, which would dominate the right-wing sphere up until the rise of MAGA and Trump. James Lindsay is an open endorser of Buckley and the actions he took. See this? There's a second picture here, where he says the woke right holds out that something resembling fascism is the real right or true right, and their actual argument is that Bill Buckley illegitimately threw them out of the conservative movement. He did, but it wasn't illegitimate. It was shrewd and correct. But why does this actually matter? It matters because the end of Trump's second term is coming in just a few short years, which with it will come the fight for who takes up the succession as president, and alongside that, who will guide the right-wing discourse. As said previously, the two factions who largely made up the pre-Trump right were the neocons and the establishment conservatives. It's well evident that pre-Trump establishment conservatism is alive and well and has largely, at least tacitly, thrown themselves in behind Trump and the MAGA movement. Neoconservatism, however, has largely been left dead or dying, with figures like Bush and McCain being persona non grata, and surviving politicians like Lindsey Graham largely despised by much of the right, and no real groundswell or organic support to speak of. This removal has left something of a vacuum which various parties seek to fill. One of the many different parties that exist, nearly all of whom Lindsay has labeled as being woke right, James Lindsay exists within one that could be labeled as the disaffected liberals. In one sentence, they can be summed up as, I didn't leave the Democrat Party left me. James was a liberal who proudly voted for Clinton in 2016 with his bisexual daughter while checking out women's asses. Pick here, supporting that. But since then has put himself in the same camp as MAGA and the right wing. I believe that James Lindsay knows that this question of who and what is to continue to guide MAGA post-Trump is extremely pertinent and a fight that will happen very soon, well before the end of Trump's presidency. Very, very prescient here. He was on something here that this was from June, and I was thinking that the split was going to come between MAGA and Maha because I didn't think that the Israel issue was going to get so prominent so quickly. But sure enough, it has. It has been just absolutely blasted out in the mainstream, and it's not going back. I believe that also that James Lindsay seeks to form a new right coalition between the establishment conservatives and disaffected liberals and recreate what Buckley did by gatekeeping all those who fall outside of this camp from being accepted or platformed within mainstream discourse. He makes consistent calls to stop everything he calls woke right and that all of woke right must be ousted. His main plan for doing so and being able to become this gatekeeper is by attaching the woke right label. But what is woke right? If you ask Lindsay, woke is critical theory. What is critical theory according to him? Critical theory is when you think someone above is oppressing you and there is a necessity to be aware of that oppression and that your group needs to take power. Because the woke right thinks there are powers that exist which seek to stifle them and that they want to take power for themselves, it also... because the woke right thinks that there are powers that exist which seek to stifle them and that they want to take power for themselves, and also involves Marx, who James Lindsay claims guides woke right thought. These definitions are terrible and are a complete redefining of what woke is and what critical theory is. Christian Hines has far more cogent and lengthy analysis of why this label is bad, and I would suggest reading his posts on the matter. I'll also say Christian Hines and Nick Freitas, who he co-hosts Nick's show, they're currently doing a series on the different factions that make up the right now. They've identified 3 factions. One would be like the James Lindsay faction, the left me. The other would be, I think he says, he calls it like the people who want to go, so it's like the people who want to go back to 2005, the people who want to go back to 1960, and the people who want to go back to, the like pre-liberal. So those are the 3 kind of categories that they've created. And I think that the neoconservative Zionist wing has a lot in common with that second category, the people who want to go back to like 1960 or whatever. They'll sort of lump themselves in with that. But I think like the person they just interviewed, that Nick just interviewed, considering I'm part of the second category, the people who want to go back to like 1960 or whatever, was Doug Wilson. But I know Doug Wilson does have his things with Israel, but I also think that putting Doug Wilson and like Mark Levin in the same category is not quite right. So I think there's more like 4 categories than just 3. But I'm gonna listen to their the series anyways. Let's see here. That's Nick Freitas, Freitas. He's a member of the, I believe, the House of Representatives in Virginia for the Virginia state. He's a Virginia state office holder. This definition is so broad it can be applied to practically everyone to some degree, which is exactly why James Lindsay uses it. James Lindsay rightly understands that labels such as Nazi, fascist, racist, etc. hold no weight on the right, as they get attributed to even the most milquetoast of right-wingers. Woke, however, has a label which intrinsically makes the right dislike them, much the same as Marxist. The use of these labels, while dishonest, is ingenious. And I will say, obviously there's people who are quote-unquote on the right who are trying to rehabilitate this now. So it could be that James Lindsay's use of woke is they're sort of doing woke, but like nobody's calling Nick Fuentes woke. They're not calling Tucker Carlson woke, really. So I think James Lindsay's still trying to make it happen, but I don't know that he's going to be successful on that front. Your average everyday MAGA supporter has much better things to do with their lives than be terminally invested in political drama. But he still knows that woke and Marx equals bad. He knows that fascist, racist, and sexist equals everyone not a leftist. By using these labels, James Lindsay seeks to get those who aren't as deeply informed or aware to just immediately dismiss anyone labeled woke as actually being a leftist and bad. This is how it impacts the less politically aware, but he has a dual purpose with it. He also uses it for those who are more politically aware and influential, but who lean more towards the disaffected liberals, establishment conservatives, and broader MAGA movement. He makes dozens of long-winded pseudo-intellectual articles using whatever threads he can possibly find in order to tie together Marx and woke and everyone he dislikes to the right of him. There are actually people who read these, some of whom have audiences, who then share those thoughts with others, which then spreads the smear campaign from the more politically involved on his side down to the normie. And make no mistake, the things he has said about the woke right are absolute smears, to include saying that all woke right are completely against everything Trump stands for. He says that the woke right are white nationalist, Christian fundamentalist, burning down black churches. And he says that if you and I are not defeated, all of America and most of your children will be destroyed. Now you might ask, why does this matter? As James Lindsay is just one guy who certainly isn't the most popular figure that exists, and as he says himself, he was canceled by the right. But who supports James Lindsay? James Lindsay has strong ties with Daily Wire, which is among the largest right-wing organizations. Reform Tanky Twink again!
We all want to go back to 1488 and enjoy the early age of discovery.
Oh yes!
The romance of the sail, the exploration of the world off the strong backs of men, shut in their quarters on top of each other, working on their hands and knees, dominating. Pay the man.
Yes, thank you! Pay the man! Pay the man, I am working hard on my hands and knees. Dominating. I'm dominating. Recognize my domination with money. Pay my bills for me so I can keep doing this. Tips.kingpill.com. The link is pinned in the description. Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do here? Give me 1 second now that now that Kick is through with its spasming. I'm going to change the title on here. There we go. So any new people who come in, don't go over to X. All right. Yeah, pay the man, pay no attention to all the gay shit. That's right. Next tip, I'll play in Erica. Okay, so James Lindsay has strong ties with Daily Wire, which is among the largest right-wing organizations. In particular, he has significant ties with Jordan Peterson, who is still an extremely popular right-wing figure. Matt Walsh has spoken out against James Lindsay, and in return, James Lindsay has said that he is not labeling Matt Walsh as woke right yet. This indicates that he foresees the two coming to conflict in the future and will seek to purge Walsh as well. Further, he has ties to TPUSA, which, though somewhat strained by his crusade against woke right, only still appear largely to be strong. TPUSA is still the strongest youth organization the right has, and Charlie Kirk is a significantly influential figure within right-wing politics and a major representative of MAGA. Oh, man. That bummed me out. That really bummed me out. Now I really need you guys. I said I would play an Erica for the next tip. I need a tip to come in here so I can play Erica. One thing I want to say real quick on the subject of Matt Walsh is I was listening to Nick the other day, and I understand Nick's doing a thing, and I'm not going to get in his way while he's doing his thing, but he said he called Matt Walsh a pussy for just not speaking out on this at all. He's like, you're Ben Shapiro's bitch. But I will say, I think this is a good rhetorical angle. I like this. Have at it, Nick. Keep it up. I know you were waiting for my permission, and I've granted it. However, I will say, the fact that Matt Walsh has not taken Ben Shapiro's side on this, the fact that he's doing this is bullshit, stop going after JD Vance, this is totally unacceptable and unbecoming. The fact that he's done that, he hasn't totally thrown his lot in on either side, but I think that alone is significant. He is not just going to march right in and toe the party line behind Ben Shapiro, even though he's a very prominent member of Daily Wire, which to me indicates that the Ben Shapiro, Mark Levins of the world are on much thinner ice than they may realize. James Lindsay's strongest ties are with the Babylon Bee, who represent a more establishment Christian conservative outlet, and again is highly popular among more lay MAGA. Joel Berry, in particular, has been one of the more vocal individuals in joining with James in trying to rally people against woke right. Beyond that, he has his own circle of political accounts that are tied to him who largely identify as classical liberals, or who are otherwise within the disaffected liberal sphere of the right wing. All of these ties are relevant as once Trump is gone, much of the establishment is certain to seek to return to business as usual prior to the Trump revolution. However, the establishment knows it cannot completely disregard and disavow MAGA. It was an abysmal failure when attempted with Ron DeSantis. This gives the establishment a dilemma in that they will still need to appeal to and claim to be MAGA, while also defanging all the parts of it that do not appeal to them. Through this, James Lindsay has an opening. He will attempt to make a more moderate, respectable form of MAGA that is very much just his version of 90s liberalism he loves so much so that the establishment can continue on with business as usual. There it is! Reform Tanky Twink coming through!
Spasming right now thinking about all the black churches and children I will burn in my righteous desire to fulfill the breeder Reich. Yes please, absolutely destroy the woke right. Tell me how bad I am, squeeze me hard and tight. Beat my ass, James. HH.
See, you guys have yourselves to blame for this. You could be sending tips in that say that don't do this, that don't put us through this. You could be, but you're not, and so we have to continue suffering with this. So let us not suffer for just a moment. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Oh, okay, feeling better now. All elements that are distasteful to James Lindsay will be labeled as woke right and be gatekeeped, and will be required to either bend the knee to his vision or be cast out as woke. With all of this laid out, it now stands to reason to ask, who specifically does James Lindsay seek to gatekeep? I have made an extensive list of every significant figure, roughly 10K plus Twitter followers, who James Lindsay has directly and publicly told that they are woke right. I then categorize them according to which right-wing faction they most belong to. What comes out is actually a very broad and diverse set of voices, all who have very different priorities, motives, and character, with very little that actually unites all of them, though there is some overlap between several of them. For example, the relationship of all these factions and figures to Trump is intriguing. Though Lindsay again claims that they all hate Trump and everything he stands for, nearly everyone who is listed at least one point in time was in fact on board with Trump. While many of those split at some point or another, either relatively early on in his first term or more recently during the second election, the majority have all expressed at least some support for Trump and MAGA over the course of their careers, and most of them still do. One of the only tangible political issues that virtually all of those that James Lindsay listed as woke right agree on is that they were against going to war with Iran. The actual positions and responses ranged heavily, though. There were those from the Groyper camp who were gleeful that their predictions of Trump going into full-blown Iraq-style ground war with Iran were seemingly coming true, juxtaposed against the much more calm takes from the MAGA camp, who simply did not want to get involved in a ground war with Iran but still supported Trump regardless. This should be compared to James Lindsay, who simply did not care what it took to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon beyond bombing campaigns. For him, every option was on the table to stop WMDs in Iran. A source for this, someone said, do you honestly think it's going to stop with bombing a few nuclear sites? And he said, I honestly think I really don't care, Margaret. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We can deal with the implications after we deal with that simple fact. If you're someone like myself who is tired of prolonged foreign wars that are not in America's interest, which see your countrymen dead for nothing, which is objectively a driving force for Trump's ascendancy, then it's imperative that Lindsay not be allowed to ascend to the position he desires so greatly. It's clear then that if his goal is to gatekeep the mainstream MAGA right, then those people who he calls woke right, who exist within that faction, are his main targets. I will start by listing this group out in depth with every single major figure he has called woke right. So group one is the MAGA mainstream right. James Lindsay claims falsely that all of the woke right despises Trump. This couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, some of those he seeks to destroy include Trump's most long-term supporters or people who went to prison for him. People like Owen Schroyer, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and Jack Posobiec, to name some of the largest. As well, most of the smaller figures listed have been completely fervent and committed to both Trump and MAGA, while James Lindsay was busy in the ballot box with his bisexual daughter voting for Hillary Clinton. Of particular note as well is Orrin McIntyre. Orrin is easily in the top 5 figures of those who are most heavily attacked by James Lindsay. It must then have irked James greatly when Trump made a collage post of various politicians and pundits, and Orrin was present while James was not. Get fucked, James. This also further goes to show that no, those who call James woke right are not at who James calls woke right are not at all composed entirely of those who despise Trump and all he stands for. In fact, many are those who Trump looks to more than he does James. It seems then that by claiming that all of the woke right despise Trump, and with James seeking to become a major thought leader, that this group in particular are the ones James seeks to destroy the most. In fact, several others are included specifically so that James can paint them all with the same brush and use guilt by association to destroy them, even though that association is completely false, as many of those who James Lindsay calls woke right are in fact at total odds with one another. The following is the full list of MAGA and or mainstream right-wing figures that James Lindsay has called woke right. Jack Posobiec, Paul Ingrassia, Lady MAGA, Captive Dreamer, Peachy Keenan, Mike Cernovich, Josiah Lippincott, Logan Hall, Fraser Payne, Milo Yiannopoulos, Emily Saves USA, Alex Jones, Owen Schroyer, Tucker Carlson, Vish Burra, Chris Rufo, Orrin McIntyre, Matt Walsh, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Robert Barnes, Mary Morgan, Steve Deese, It's Deace, Steve Deace, and Brianna Morello. He's got support for a bunch of these here. He's got links for every single one of these. The dude worked on this for a long time. He's got a link for proving every single one of these. Group 2, the Christian nationalists. I want to preface this list by making it clear that not everyone in this list is a Christian nationalist or would consider themselves as such. I use that term because that is what James Lindsay uses to describe them. If you have any involvement with or knowledge of this group, you would know that of all the ones I will list, that they are the most fractious within their own general sphere. Many of the people here simply, genuinely can't stand each other and do not get along at all, and though all are Protestant, they represent varying denominations and theological camps. However, James Lindsay despises all of them as he is a secular liberal atheist.
James Lindsay will live forever because he makes us sound so cool. He calls people Zoroastrian demon sorcerers and says we will anime power scale to apocalyptic cost. How could we ever lose with enemies like this? We will win. Something gay here.
Okay, an improvement. Thank you for including something gay there. I'd make sure we stayed in character. Zoroastrian demon sorcerers. That sounds like that would make a great ska band. Post-industrial ska. Thank you for the tip. Just the tip. It's not the simple fact that they are Christian that gets them labeled as woke right, though as James Lindsay does have some level of investment and care in Christianity and many Christian political actors that he supports. However, he believes that Christians ought to subordinate their religious beliefs to secular liberalism, if they are to have their religious beliefs be involved in politics at all. Everyone who is on this list is someone who refuses to do that, and instead believes that government is to be grounded in God and his moral foundations that he lays out, not what man thinks is best. Of note are Contra Mordor and Boniface Option, who are some of the most frequently posted about and attacked from this camp. The following is the full list of Christian nationalists that James Lindsay has called woke right. C.J. Engel, Andrew Isker, Joel Webbin, Dale Partridge, John Harris, William Wolfe, Doug Wilson, Stephen Wolfe, Calvin Robinson, Josh Dawes, Brian Sauvé, I don't know how you pronounce it, I've just seen it written, Brian Sauvé, Ben Zeisloff, and Jason Whitlock. Group 3 is the Catholic traditionalists. This is a pretty good taxonomy of the right wing. I might quibble with a few things here and there, but it's a decent taxonomy. Similar to Christian nationalists, but Catholic instead of Protestant, and attacked for the exact same reasons as the Christian nationalists. James Lindsay derides these people because they are committed to their faith and believe that all should be in submission to the church and to God. This is also kind of basic Christian theology, universal to every group, to be honest. They largely just disagree about which church and what the church means. But Catholic traditionalists authentically live their beliefs and take it to its natural conclusions, which leads them to then advocate for their faith being involved in their politics and pushing for a more socially conservative society that James Lindsay is willing to tolerate. The following is the full list of Catholic traditionalists that James Lindsay has called woke right. That'd be Patrick Deneen, R.R. Reno, Dr. Taylor Marshall, and Adrian Vermeule. Interestingly, J.D. Vance, who we'll be talking about more here after I get through this thread, he would probably fall closest. I think if he had to identify his own political leanings, like which category he fell into, I think Catholic traditionalists would probably be the closest. I know that Patrick Deneen and Adrian Vermeule have both had an impact on him. He would be there. He would also be very closely aligned with the Christian nationalists, and he is naturally very close with these people that he put into the MAGA camp, mainstream right MAGA camp. Jack Posobiec, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Chris Rufo, Matt Walsh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. These are all people that he's Steve Deace. These are all guys that he's been pretty close to or supportive of, or is closely aligned with. Group 4 is the reactionaries and British right. Though most of the groups listed are in some way, shape, or form against liberalism, for this group it tends to be the main driving force of their politics. Those listed tend to spend a lot of time either disagreeing with Enlightenment philosophy or the foundations of classical liberalism, which James Lindsay identifies as, despite not sharing many political positions with the actual historic liberals. This group tends to focus heavily on root philosophy and theory, and also has a lot of overlap with the MAGA woke right. However, I found these people in particular notable enough to make their own separate category, as James Lindsay values liberalism above all other things, and these figures attack that at its root. Thus, it is no wonder that figures like Dave Green have drawn so much of his ire, as he is heavily featured in attacks by James. The British right are a very small group in terms of number of figures called woke right by James Lindsay, but one still worth noting. These figures live in the UK and are largely included for the same reasons the reactionaries are, as they all also tend to attack the foundations of liberalism. Sargon of Akkad is notable here, as he is also a top 5 most focused on figure for attack by James Lindsay. And interestingly, Sargon and Nick seem to be starting to make inroads with one another, which would be very interesting to watch. The following is the full list of reactionaries and British right that James Lindsay has called woke right. That's Curtis Yarvin, Christian Hines, Dave Green, Bronze Age pervert, Raw Egg nationalist, Sargon of Akkad, academic agent, and Raheem J. Kassam. This is also a world that J.D. Vance is pretty close to. Group 5 is the national cons and paleocons. The next group includes traditionalist right-wingers who also have a very strong view of the nation as an identity and advocate for having robust nation-states. James Lindsay is extremely against any kind of group identity that isn't explicitly one an individual chose for themselves, and so he is highly against any hint of ethnic nationalism, love of ancestry, or love of nation that isn't just a propositional one. I mean, there is a particular hint of ethnic nationalism that he's a big fan of, but yeah. Often it is claimed that woke right is something that James Lindsay and others say only to smear anti-Zionists. That isn't accurate, seeing as this group includes what James Lindsay calls the final boss of the woke right, Yoram Hazony. Yoram Hazony is a Jewish Israeli nationalist who advocates for other Western European nations to adopt nationalism themselves. James Lindsay is very happy to support Israeli ethnic nationalism, as he is himself a Zionist, but because Yoram Hazony works to have other Western nations also have ethnic nationalism, James Lindsay despises him. It's also worth mentioning Pat Buchanan and the paleocons here. One of the major driving forces behind Buchanan was his focus on preserving the American people from being atomized through mass immigration. James Lindsay believes in the propositional nation state and that absolutely everyone should be allowed to come here in droves and take American jobs, so long as it is done legally. Thus, this is why he opposes Buchanan and calls him woke right, despite Trump openly endorsing him and his ideology, which was undoubtedly the forerunner to MAGA. The following is the full list of paleocons and national cons that James Lindsay has called woke right. Pat Buchanan, Patrick Casey, Paul Gottfried, Pedro Gonzalez, Yoram Hazony, and David P. Goldman. Group 6 is the anti-interventionist and anti-Zionists. This group isn't nearly as cohesive as many of the other ones are. Many of them have wildly disparate ideologies and dispositions, but the commonality among them is very clearly their strong opposition to foreign interventionism and or the state of Israel. As noted previously, James Lindsay only believes in ethnic nationalism within the state of Israel, and thus he labels this group as woke right because they are against it. Of note is Candace Owens, who is the largest voice and would have been labeled under MAGA or mainstream. However, she recently disavowed Trump over the 12-day war and thus has been shifted to this group. Still, she has been heavily attacked and featured by James Lindsay, likely due to how prominent she is. The following is the full list of anti-interventionists and or anti-Zionists that James Lindsay has called woke right. Candace Owens, Kurt Mills, Chris Brunette, Ian Carroll, Martyr Maid, Ryan Dawson, Jake Shields, and Dan Bilzerian. What a group. Group 7 is Groypers and other AF affiliates. This list is also heavily anti-Zionist, but it's worth mentioning separately for several reasons. For one, this group is the most separated with the least overlap between all other figures. This is something that its members often say proudly, that they make up the most canceled and the least accepted right-wing group in America. Those listed in this category spend a significant amount of time and energy fighting specifically with those listed in the MAGA mainstream category, especially after their anti-Trump campaign during the 2024 election. This begs the question of why James then lumps groups which despise one another under the same label. The answer is that AF functions as a linchpin of guilt by association for everyone else on this list. Quite often, this group will do the more outrageous and provocative political actions and takes, which if James Lindsay can successfully manage to falsely associate with everyone else, then he can use their actions to then gatekeep and cancel totally unrelated and oftentimes opposed political factions. This is the following list. The following is a list of every Groyper and AF affiliate, AF being America First, obviously, that James Lindsay has called woke right. Sneeko, Elijah Schaefer, Andrew Torba, Nick Fuentes, Kyle Langford, Lily Gaddis, Ospill, Sarah Stock, Stu Peters, Arthur Quan Lee, and Sam Parker. Group 8 is the organizations and magazines. The following is the full list of organizations which James Lindsay has attacked. Largely, these are all relatively respectable publications. James Lindsay largely began much of his crusade when he pulled a hoax on American Reformer by getting them to publish a rewritten version of a passage from the Communist Manifesto, thus proving they and absolutely everyone else he called woke right are actually Marxists. Another notable organization that he attacks frequently is the John Birch Society. The fact that James Lindsay sees himself as the reincarnation of Bill Buckley, and he's also fighting the John Birch Society even today, is a testament that time truly is a flat circle. The following is a list of every organization and magazine that James Lindsay has called woke right. American Conservative, American Reformer, Dissident Media, John Birch Society, American Affairs, Chronicles, The Blaze, National Conservatism, and Compact Magazine. Group 9 is the Philosophers. I'm an anime avatar sporting anon, and I honestly don't know much about these guys, especially because most of them are foreign. Anyways, James Lindsay says that everyone on this list bases all their thought off of the things they wrote, and also Marx. And the list of every philosopher that James Lindsay has called woke right is Thomas Carlyle, Alistair McIntyre, Carl Schmitt, Alexander Dugin, and Marx. And then random anons. Often James Lindsay will respond to random anons on Twitter with disdain for being an anon. He and much of his friends in his classical liberal sphere, most notably Jordan Peterson, have a special distaste and hatred for the anonymous accounts posting writing that is outside of mainstream acceptability. I find this highly ironic as anonymous political writings outside of mainstream acceptability quite literally forged the American nation-state, both during the Revolutionary War and the passing of its Constitution. We have the Sons of Liberty posting a series of biting jokes and hardline political stances under the hilarious name of Ebenezer Snuffle. We have our founding fathers deciding the course of our political history through adopting Roman personas like Publius and Brutus, depending on what side of the Constitution they were on. We have all the different political writings of the Revolution just attributed to a farmer, the 18th century equivalent of Anon. Tangents aside, James Lindsay does not like Anons much. His most hated is Homath. Homath has made absolutely devastating comics, very quickly tearing apart James Lindsay's beliefs on immigration. Here's one of those. So you have the play fair and cheat. You've got what's this called? Punnett Square with play fair and cheat at the top and play fair and reasonable protection on the side. You've got all the little minorities up at the top that say, let's all be equal. And then you have the ordinary white guy. And then all the minorities cheat. And they say, ha, just kidding. Give us free handouts for 80 years. And so then the normal white guy goes, oh, well, I guess I have no choice. Moves to reasonable self-protection. And James Lindsay says, wow, so you're doing the same thing as them? You should be nice and let them rob you until you die. So the following is the list of every significant anon that James Lindsay has called woke right. Next Wave America, Trad West, Garbage Human, Canadian Patriot, Mask Millennial, Homath, 1984, and Red Pill Media. Group 11 is honorable mentions. If you're on this list, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find a neat category to put you in. But you were still notable enough to be listed as someone James Lindsay called woke right. Honorable mention goes to Aaron Wren because James talks about you a lot. So this would be Aaron Wren, Gladden Pappin, Stephen Horn, Nate Fisher, and the venerable John Slaughter. Conclusions. So what is to be done with James? Obviously, not everyone can play nice with one another, but few people are as capable of fighting with this many people as James Lindsay is. He wants an extremely narrow gap of political thought and does not want you or anyone else to have a say. He also has connections and political capital and opportunity in the future to potentially be able to silence and remove you and your voice from acceptability within the discourse. James Lindsay has made it abundantly clear. He wants you to either bend the knee to him and his beliefs. He wants you to either bend the knee to him and his beliefs. He wants to box you out, so you must be boxed out. So he must be boxed out entirely. Further, it's good to just be aware of this because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it isn't going to be James Lindsay. But rest assured, there will be someone in the future who tries to take the reins of the political right and reorient it back to business as usual. Be vigilant of it, and remember to stay woke. How prescient was that? The thought just occurred to me. I wonder if we're going to see like the Daily Wire decide to have James Lindsay run for president. Wouldn't that be funny? A James Lindsay presidential campaign. I don't think they're that dumb. But oh boy, would that be fun. Can you imagine? Please, I beg you, please run James Lindsay for president. My wife says he has big uncle energy, like he was bullied by his alcoholic father to get married and start a family, and he's been angry ever since. Yeah, he does. No, I think perhaps DeSantis. I would have considered DeSantis as the most likely candidate to get to run again, because I think the same faction of people who are trying to take over MAGA and trying to force out Heritage and Tucker and Nick Fuentes and all of this right now. It's supposed to be big incel energy. Yeah. I think they're the same people, basically, the same contingent, same factions that ran Ron DeSantis against Trump and pulled in some of the tech support. And there was probably some other factions that kind of speculatively followed him until it was obvious that that was not going to happen. And so now I would assume that he would be the next person who's going to run against J.D. Vance in a primary. However, I don't know. He just posted this today. So this Intel breaking slop account said a significant number of Somalians in Minneapolis didn't vote for ethnic Somali mayoral candidate Omar Fateh due to Fateh being part of the Dawood clan rather than the Hawiye. Star Wars names abound. These deep-seated clan wars allowed Mayor Jacob Frey to rally key community leaders from the Hawiye clan to hold off a challenge from Fateh. He literally said, "Look at me, I'm the captain now." Representative Ilhan Omar, who endorsed Fateh and is part of the Dawood clan, is reportedly the next target of Hawiye community leaders as they are emboldened by their proxy victory over the Dawood in the mayoral election. She will possibly face a primary challenge on tribal grounds. The absolute state of Minnesota. And this is what Ron DeSantis tweeted. He said, "How does importing ancient tribal blood feuds from halfway across the world into our country benefit the American people? For many Republicans, mass immigration, no matter from where, is good so long as it's legal. Brain-dead thinking." Really, Ron DeSantis? How does importing ancient tribal blood feuds from halfway across the world into our country benefit the American people? That's a tremendous question. I'm so glad you're asking this question. What an interesting time to make that point. Is this just an innocent coincidence? Oh, they just happened to. Oops. Right when all of online right-wing Twitter is being torn apart by debate over Israel, Ron DeSantis comes out and explicitly says that importing ancient tribal blood feuds from halfway across the world is really bad for the American people. Man. Josh Rayner says, whichever staffer wrote this, give him a massive raise. Patrick Casey says, well said, it's time for an immigration moratorium. Pax Americana says, we call this a truth nuke, Ron. Look at this. All the homies are in the replies. Joshua Lisek says, protect this man's Twitter ghostwriter at all costs. Logan Hall says, wish more Republicans would talk like this. Chris's monkey brain says, interesting question, Ron. Why would anyone holding office in the U.S. put the interests of any other country ahead of America? Ron, DHS Santis would be a strong appointment for 2028. Fraser Payne, Patriot spotted. Meathead Musings, Carolina Dad. All the homies having a cookout in Ron DeSantis' mentions. Governor DeSantis, may I recommend a book to you? The Camp of the Saints. Extremely based. We don't need to import blood feuds to any diversity quotas. We have blood feuds at home. Very interesting. I'll be interested to see if this is he deciding that he's going to take a stand on something and he's cleverly insinuating, or it's just like he has some intern who just happened to stumble upon the most perfect analogy. The camp of the DeSaints. How does he do it? Slutty Milk's in the chat. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Mr. J.D. Vance. Got a few stories here on J.D. Vance. Got reports that Rubio privately expects Vance to be the 2028 GOP nominee. What an interesting time for that story to drop suddenly from Politico. Got a little something about Jared Isaacman, who's getting his NASA nomination back. Some interesting stories, interesting connection to J.D. Vance there. And then the long-promised first ever profile of Chris Buskirk, creator of the tech elite donor network Rockbridge with J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel. But before we do that, I'm going to read a little thing here, speaking of Peter Thiel. But before I do that, I'm going to let you guys eat some leftist ass for a minute while I go empty my bladder. So I will be back in about 90 seconds or so.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, well, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. That's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
Oh, made it back just in time. My little sister's in the bathroom out here upstairs, so I had to run downstairs, use the downstairs bathroom. And I was like, oh no, I'm not going to make it back in time. I just did it. Okay, so there's an email here from, I think I've talked about this on the show in the past, but it was revived here by Chamath Palihapitiya from the All In podcast. Peter Thiel's email to Zuck and Andreessen in January of 2020 predicting socialism. TLDR, too much student debt and lack of affordable housing keeps young people the negative capital for too long. This is what he said. Peter Thiel, Sunday, January 5, 2020 at 2:44 a.m. to Mark Zuckerberg, Nick Clegg, Antonio Lucio, Sheryl Sandberg, and Mark Andreessen regarding millennials. He says there are many themes that could be developed more here. Let me make a few quick points for now. Nick, I certainly would not suggest that our policy should be to embrace millennial attitudes unreflectively. These are all Facebook. This is Facebook board members and investors. This is in the context of Facebook. I would be the last person to advocate for socialism. But when 70% of millennials say they are pro-socialist, we need to do better than simply dismiss them by saying that they are stupid or entitled or brainwashed. We should try and understand why. And from the perspective of a broken generational compact, there seems to be a pretty straightforward answer to me, namely, that when one has too much student debt, or if housing is too unaffordable, then one will have negative capital for a long time and or find it very hard to start accumulating capital in the form of real estate. And if one has no stake in the capitalist system, then one may well turn against it. So this is a this is 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago. And take this with also, there's the famous email from Peter Thiel around the same time about Mark Zuckerberg talking about him possibly being like the archetypal millennial. And I don't know if that approach is still there, or if J.D. Vance has basically taken over what he was thinking about with Zuckerberg. But this is the way that this faction, this is the sort of thought that is proliferating around that faction. And Sightbringer here, which is it's an AI influenced account. You can tell by the writing, but it's an interesting, insightful post. It says this email is one of the most quietly revealing artifacts of the entire post-2008 era. Peter Thiel isn't predicting socialism here. He is diagnosing the terminal logic of late capitalism. When ownership becomes inaccessible, belief in the system dissolves. He's mapping structural inevitability. The key insight is in that last line. If one has no stake in the capitalist system, then one may well turn against it. Every economic order survives only as long as its participants believe they have a stake in its rewards. When that belief breaks, when capital accumulation is delayed beyond a generation, the feedback loop collapses. In plain terms, boomers owned, Gen X still managed to buy in, millennials rent the world their parents own, and Gen Z is now locked out entirely. The result isn't ideological socialism, it's resentful capitalism, a system where people still chase wealth but no longer trust the architecture that allocates it. Note this is a difference. This isn't people who are hardcore believers in socialism. They actually want to be capitalists. They like the message of the capitalist system. They'd love to be successful capitalists. But it's become clear that there's no way that they're going to be successful capitalists. So they're still chasing wealth, but now they're just starting to check out and mistrust the system, the architecture of the system altogether. That's the precursor to all great systemic transitions. Rome, Weimar, post-Soviet Russia, even 18th century France. Thiel's email is almost tragic in tone because he's speaking to the very class, Zuckerberg, Andreessen, and Sandberg, who became the gatekeepers of the new digital feudalism. They turned ownership into platform access and opportunity into subscription. The economy was financialized, then digitized, then moralized. And in each step, capital got lighter, faster, and further removed from the people whose lives depend on it. What he's really saying is this: capitalism doesn't fail when the rich get richer. It fails when the poor stop believing they can join them. That's the pivot we're living through right now. The millennial socialism he mentions is the immune response of a generation whose time horizon was stolen. The irony is that Thiel, the ultimate capitalist contrarian, saw it first, and he was right. The generation that couldn't buy the system will end up rewriting it. How's that for a line? The generation that couldn't buy the system will end up rewriting it. And who is very quickly becoming the archetype of that generation? Well, Mr. J.D. Vance. Interesting, he has a close relationship to Peter Thiel, although it's not as close, I think, as a lot of people think. I think it's close. I think they talk. But they're not like, they're not like sitting on the phone game planning for a couple hours every day. Thiel's been influential on him. Vance probably checks in with him often. They've got connections. They're working. They've had similar investments together. But they're also not like BFFs. People describe Vance as, or Peter Thiel as like Vance's mentor. And if you actually get into the kind of the details of their life and the time they've spent together and stuff, he's not like a direct mentor to him. He's just someone who's been influential on him, and Vance values Peter's insight. Was Thiel not his mentor and bought his senator seat? He wasn't his, it depends on what you mean by mentor. Like an influential older person who he respects and looks up to and has had a relatively close relationship, yes. But they're also not they're not constant BFFs who are, where he's being molded by Thiel. Thiel funded his Senate seat, and they've had a close relationship, but they're not texting back and forth on a daily basis, coordinating moves and that sort of thing. So Rubio privately expects Vance to be the 2028 GOP nominee. Interesting, Politico pushes this article, while this whole kerfuffle that is very obviously targeted at Vance, wrangling control of Vance, and really it's wrangling control of MAGA and giving Vance the opportunity to be brought in as the neocons candidate, the Zionist candidate, or be ruined. That's basically the offer that's being made. No, he did. It was rumored that he helped Thiel go after Gawker, but it was also rumored there was another guy. It was a guy, I can't remember his name, but his bio would fit Vance, but it would also fit this other guy. So that was just something I speculated about before. So here's this article from Politico. It's got a couple of interesting little nuggets in it. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is privately telling confidants that J.D. Vance is the front runner for the 2028 Republican nomination. Uh-oh. Did we lose Justine? Oh, no. What a bummer. I know as soon as I start reading it that she's going to start reading it. The longer I go without reading it, the longer she's going to go. And as soon as I start doing it, she's going to do it. All right, I'll do it. We must crush capitalism. Absolutely slam it over and over and over again. The death throes of capitalism catapult the greatness of social nationalism. The generation which couldn't buy the system won't rewrite it. They'll make cups out of its skull. HH! Hell yeah, brother! Hell yeah! That deserves an Erica. What the hell? Is Streamlabs chimping now? Why are you cutting off my Erica? How dare you? What's going on? Let's try a long sound drop.
Okay.
Well, that's great. Now the frickin' soundboard doesn't work. What about a short one?
I'm gonna go.
Is it going to do it again? I'm going to get all of them at once? Now I'm on edge.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Greetings!
Let's fucking go. Get your spectral sock out, nerds. It's gonna get good.
All right. Well, it seems like it's working again. Oh, I'm glad it's the weekend. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is privately telling confidants that J.D. Vance is the front runner for the 2028 Republican nomination and that he'd support the vice president if he chose to run, according to two people close to the administration. Rubio's private comments are a vivid example of how some Republicans are already gaming out a post-Trump succession battle less than 1 year into the president's term. Marco has been very clear that JD is going to be the Republican nominee if he wants to be, said a person close to the secretary, noting that Rubio has expressed that sentiment privately and publicly. He will do anything he can just to support the vice president in that effort, said the person close to Rubio, who's granted anonymity to share the Secretary of State's private conversations. President Donald Trump has repeatedly named Vance and Rubio as his two most likely successors, even suggesting last week that the pair should run on the same ticket. Both men have insisted they are good friends and there is no rivalry, even as speculation grows over who can inherit the MAGA mantle. No one expects Marco to resign from the cabinet and start taking pot shots at the sitting vice president, said a second person familiar with the dynamic and granted anonymity to discuss the highly sensitive situation. Beyond that, they're friends. A third person close to the White House, granted anonymity to speak candidly, said the, quote, expectation is JD as nominee and Rubio as VP. Vance is the leading favorite among those who voted for Trump in 2024, according to a new Politico poll conducted October 18 to 21. 35% say he's the person they'd most like to see run for president in 2028. That's a pretty substantial plurality. By contrast, just 2% named Rubio in response to the open-ended question, a format that tends to favor lawmakers with strong name recognition. 16% said they either don't know who they'd like to see run in 2028 or nobody, while 28% said Trump. 28% of people. 35% of people who voted for Trump in 2024, who were polled, said they wanted to see Vance run in 2028. 28% said they want to see Trump run in 2028. We're at almost a third of Trump voters in 2024 who want to see Trump run in 2028. While a Vance-Rubio pairing could help solidify the two as Trump's chosen successors, the political polls showed the tremendous amount of work they'd need to do with voters who don't have a candidate in mind or prefer the current president for a third term. The question of succession is especially relevant following Tuesday's election results in which the GOP underperformed, leading to widespread concern that without Trump himself on the ballot, Republicans are unable to generate enough enthusiasm to win. James Blair, Trump's political director for his 2024 presidential campaign, advised any 2028 contenders to first think about the midterm elections. If you're a Republican that wants to run in 2028 right now, you need to focus on keeping Republicans in power for 2026. I think the number one thing everybody can do is focus on the team and helping their team and not focus on themselves, Blair told Dasha Burns for Politico's The Conversation. So interestingly, any Republican who starts making noise about indicating or hinting or nudging toward running in 2028 is someone who is out of step with the administration. Voters will sniff out anybody who has seemed to be sort of focused on themselves, said Blair, who now serves as Deputy Chief of Staff. This summer, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was compelled to take himself out of 2028 contention after far-right activist Laura Loomer told Politico she was concerned that Kennedy's senior aide was trying to utilize her position to try to lay the groundwork for a 2028 RFK presidential run. Other cabinet members include Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard have sought the top job before. But no one in Trump's orbit is thought to have as serious a shot to win his support as Vance and Rubio. Vance as vice president and Rubio, who ran for president in 2016, are natural choices to succeed Trump. The two men have downplayed any hint of conflict, and administration officials insist the potential rivals are close confidants. Their policy discussions often include Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, who hosts them in her office ahead of key discussions with the president. Rubio, who has publicly stated that Vance, quote, would be a great nominee, could, of course, change his mind and join a long line of presidential candidates who have shifted course. The 2028 election is still far off, and polling and the midterm results will change the field. A State Department spokesperson in Vance's team declined to comment. Rubio and Vance were Senate colleagues where the two ate lunch together, talked about movies and national defense. They worked on bills together, including the William S. Knudsen Defense Remobilization Act that called for a national strategy to revitalize defense production. A former 2016 Rubio presidential campaign staffer said they, quote, wouldn't be surprised if the secretary was open to being Vance's vice president, especially given how much Rubio has focused on pushing policy since his loss nearly a decade ago. Rubio was instrumental in leading the Paycheck Protection Program when the COVID-19 pandemic hit and was a key supporter of Trump's in his first term on foreign policy in the Americas, including tightening the screws on the Cuban regime. Vance said last week he has joked about him and Rubio being on the same ticket for 2028, but that it's too early to tell. There's not going to be any tension on who will be at the top of the ticket, Vance said on the New York Post Podforce One podcast. A White House ally cautioned that there was no new movement on that front, but that things, quote, probably won't start heating up again until after the new year. On the Post podcast, Vance described Rubio as, quote, his best friend in the administration. During our private lunches, we try to get lunch every couple weeks just to catch up on what's going on and talk about things, Vance added, noting that Trump mentioned the possibility of a joint ticket 6 months ago. I mentioned it to the secretary in jest, but it feels so premature because we're still so early, Vance said. This is very interesting because I do think that Rubio is not who Rubio used to be. I think he's gotten a lot better. But I still don't fully trust him. He's still very he's still very close to the Zionist neocon right, in my opinion. And so when I was thinking about this, I was like, that would be very high stakes. Having him as vice president behind Vance, because I'm assuming that Vance is not going to. I think that he is fundamentally, personally, philosophically at odds with the Zionist, the rabid Zionist neocon world. Now, I think that he's very clever. He's a good political actor, and will recognize that he needs to the best of his ability, he needs to figure out a way to marshal that coalition together, or bring in a new coalition to replace them. But either way, I suspect that by the time 2028 rolls around, there is going to be a lot of hostility between the Zionists and J.D. Vance. Which means that picking Rubio as a vice president... Hello!
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Alpha male alert!
I missed the first 3 hours and just now showed up. Give the man his money, Chad. It is your duty.
Thank you, aspiring midwit. You missed the first 3 hours, which were an absolute clusterfuck of tech issues. You showed up when things are good now. Now it actually works. Some people are going to have to go back and watch the replay just to actually get the whole experience. The pre-show was totally borked. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, listen to what he said. Give the man his money. I'm here desperately busking away, draining my brain of all thoughts for your guys' sake. Please do contribute to my streamer salary. Yeah, a lot of people pointed out that Vance, as Trump's vice president, has been a sort of insurance policy for Trump. So following that logic, Rubio, as the vice president for Vance, would be very, very interesting. That would be putting their... they're very close. Vance did say that he is his best friend of the administration. And Rubio has definitely made some very positive turns recently. But he's still very... He is unabashedly, very openly, very much pro-Israel. I just listened to an episode of him sitting down with I don't remember who it was. One of the big evangelical preachers. It wasn't John Hagee, but kind of that world. And they just talked about just how important Israel is, and how great this Gaza deal is for Israel, and how it's going to be how anti-Semitism is just such a problem and needs to be addressed and cracked down on. And so I'm like, yeah, that's the question, Cheeky. He says Rubio is saying what you want to hear. He wants all the power and glory. That is the question. That is the real question. Is he just biding his time, saying what you want to hear? Is he going to be teased by the Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham sort of them? Like, go deep undercover, get yourself in as the vice president, and then you're our insurance policy on J.D. Vance. Or has he fully converted, so to speak? Has he decided to go full America first, and when that gets tested, will he withstand the test? I don't know. Genuinely don't know. And I don't even know if it's going to be Marco Rubio as the vice president. So we'll see. I have no conclusions or predictions for you guys right now. I do have this interesting article from Axios. The inside story of how Jared Isaacman got his NASA nomination back. Speaking of the Jared Isaacman, very interesting character. Months after abruptly canceling his nomination, President Trump ended a fierce behind-the-scenes tussle and restored Jared Isaacman as his nominee to run NASA. Oh, that's not working. All right. Why it matters. The United States sees Isaacman, a self-made billionaire who has twice been to space, as the right visionary and leader to get the delayed Artemis missions to the moon back on track in the space race with China. On Truth Social on Tuesday, Trump said Jared's passion for space, astronaut experience, and dedication to pushing the boundaries of exploration, unlocking the mysteries of the universe, and advancing the new space economy make him ideally suited to lead NASA into a bold new era. This is the guy who was originally nominated and then was withdrawn, close ally of, or at least someone that Elon's a big friend of. The intrigue. Trump also praised Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy for leading NASA on an interim basis, but senior White House officials and Isaacman allies came to believe that Duffy's operation was leaking unflattering stories about Isaacman to block his nomination. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in recent days placed a, quote, stern but friendly call to Duffy with a simple message. Knock it off, a source said. A source close to Duffy denied the secretary was involved in sandbagging Isaacman. The day before, Trump again announced Isaacman as the new NASA chief. A confidential document Isaacman shared with Duffy's team about reorganizing NASA appeared in Ars Technica, stoking speculation it was an unauthorized leak. One official said that the article...
Until he throws full Romans and does lots of math, I don't think we can trust Rubio. But would he be much worse than Pence? If he wants an insurance policy, Lucy, no one would be better than the Giga Jew. JD's best friends with Rubio. Seem like roommates.
Yeah, until... I need to see Marco Rubio throwing up some Romans. I need to hear 271,000 out of him, and then I might. Then that would get me fully bought in to Marco as VP. Would he be much worse than Pence? I think he would be better than Pence. But that I think I'm not 100% confident he would be better than Pence. That goes to the question of how much of his seeming conversion away from that part of the Republican Party is authentic and sincere, and how much of this is just kind of like rebranding to go deep undercover in MAGA. I think that he's sincere. I think it's an authentic conversion, so to speak. But I'm not like 100% confident. I'm not confident in that sense as much as I am about JD, for example. But yeah, the Giga Jew as vice president. I don't think that the Giga Jew is presidential ticket material. He'd absolutely be a fantastic insurance policy. But I think I don't think he's VP material. Curtis Yarvin advocated for him as VP. We'll see. But I think that he's much better at as the enforcer. I think like chief of staff would be a great role for him. Thank you, reformed Tanky Twink, our great patriot. Where was I here? Okay, one official said the article appeared to be a last-ditch effort to scuttle the nomination with the old guard in Congress and industry that want to resist reforms sought by Trump, Isaacman, and billionaire SpaceX owner Elon Musk. During the transition, Musk had advocated for Isaacman to become the next NASA administrator. Trump happily obliged. Isaacman was on his way to a full Senate floor vote and rare bipartisan support after being favorably reported out of the committee overseeing NASA. But in June, Trump had a falling out with Musk, leading the president to abruptly cancel Isaacman's nomination. We talked about this on the show when it happened. A rare move stoked by the head of the president's personnel office at the time, Sergio Gore. Isaacman took the bad news with grace and stayed in touch with the president's team. He even gave $1 million to Trump's fundraising operation months later without bringing up the NASA post, an insider said. The dude's acted like a patriot. He took that on the chin and still donated later on. Jared was a total class act because he is one, said the insider. Now here's what's interesting. Susie Wiles and Vice President Vance continued to advocate for Isaacman behind the scenes. Trump and Musk made up, and Gore was later removed to a new post as special envoy to India.
Indians. Good morning, bastards.
Sergio Gore was replaced with longtime Trump advisor Dan Scavino, who also admires Isaacman. Dan Scavino, our someone spell Dan Scavino in all caps with the O at the end as a Q. Between the lines, as Trump was weighing his options, Duffy gave an interview 2 weeks ago where he criticized SpaceX, prompting a backlash from Musk, who called the secretary Sean Dummy. In Trump's orbit, Musk's attack threatened Isaacman's return because insiders feared the president would see Isaacman as Musk's puppet. Elon almost fucked it up, an official said, but the president moved past that. He knows Jared is the right guy. That's right, Dan Scavine Q. Well done. Well played, fellas. So, it's Sergio Gore. All right, got to do some more slutty milks in the chat. Here, I'll contribute some of my own. There we go. Slutty milks in the chat. So yeah, I think it's interesting that Vance is also an Isaacman fan. They come from Isaacman is also very, very popular among the the Silicon Valley, the Gundo world, the Mark Andreessen, David Sachs, that whole world. They're also very big fans of Jared Isaacman. So he's a key piece for that coalition, and he is Jewish, but it doesn't seem like, at least as of now, it doesn't seem as if it's something that plays a really big role for him. He's not really. Doesn't seem like he's some sort of ardent, passionate Zionist or something like that. Seems very much like our guy, yeah. Okay, here we go. First ever profile of Chris Buskirk, creator of the tech elite donor network Rockbridge, with J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, that helped deliver Trump the presidency and is now at the center of power in Washington. If MAGA outlives Trump, Chris will have a lot to do with it. The secretive donor circle that lifted J.D. Vance is now rewriting MAGA's future. Oh, piss off. Don't tell me. I had this with remove paywall before, and I read the whole thing. Okay, good. Whew. Chris Buskirk put tech elites at the center of power in Trump's Washington. His efforts are grounded in a controversial theory. An aristocracy is needed to move the country forward. In 2019, a small group of right-wing donors rented a resort outside the 100-person town of Rockbridge, Ohio, for a summit to secure the future of the MAGA movement. We must secure the future of the MAGA movement, they said. They aimed to turn a singular candidate, President Donald Trump, into an enduring political coalition with a pipeline of voters, donors, and candidates that would cement a radical transformation of the GOP. Convened by Silicon Valley billionaire Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance.
Is Rubio really trying to deep throat them gotchas? I think Besant would be able to tell. Seems to know a thing or two about playing both sides. Having the Higas going gaga in the deep state for the future would be the best. It's based when we do it.
It is based when we do it. Having the Gigas going gaga in the deep state. We're gonna deep throat the deep state. The Gigas are going to go gaga for MAGA. Shout out to Gaga. Okay, convened by Silicon Valley billionaire Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance. Once again, this was 2019. So this I don't know what you call this meetup, this This secret rendezvous was convened by Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance, then an investor who had written a best-selling memoir. The meeting included hedge fund heiress Rebecca Mercer, then Fox News host Tucker Carlson, and economist Orrin Cass, according to two people familiar with the meeting. The people spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe the private gathering, details of which have not been previously reported. But the person in the room who would solidify the group's ambitions was someone with a decidedly lower profile. An Arizona insurance entrepreneur and conservative media figure named Chris Buskirk. So, in 2019, you have Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Rebecca Mercer, Tucker Carlson, Orrin Cass, and Chris Buskirk together meeting to talk about cementing a radical transformation of the GOP, turning MAGA into an enduring political coalition. Well done, Cheeky. Damn. All by himself. What a patriot. Gaga requested a tower, and he just went and did it. Yeah, Gaga was asking Amy the other day what a tower is. I don't know if Amy actually explained it or not. But, yeah. My beloved, the sweetest woman in the world, the sweetest, most darling boomer of all time, my beloved mother-in-law, requested a tower. It's not much, but it's honest work. Well played. Today, Buskirk helms the Rockbridge Network, a secretive organization birthed out of the weekend gathering that has established itself as one of the most influential forces in GOP politics. Political strategists credit the close-knit network of businessmen cum donors with helping fuel the president's re-election last year and propelling one of its own, Vance, into the vice presidency. With significant funding from tech leaders, Rockbridge aims to equip MAGA to outlive Trump. The group has no website or public-facing entity, but it has assembled pollsters, data crunchers, online advertisers, and even a documentary film arm. It is gearing up to deploy its arsenal in the 2026 midterms and in the 2028 presidential contest, in which many Rockbridge members hope Vance will be the nominee. The group has assembled a database with deep profiles of potential voters through non-political memberships, including outdoors groups and churches, according to a person directly familiar with the organization. So, a database with deep profiles of potential voters through non-political memberships. This is a big data-driven thing. I very strongly suspect that Grok and Palantir are probably involved in this to some degree. At least like derivative applications of Grok and Palantir's technology. Buskirk's ties to Trump's orbit go beyond Rockbridge. 1789 Capital, the venture capital firm he co-founded with investor Omid Malik, focuses on what the partners call patriotic capitalism, and now counts Donald Trump Jr. as a partner. The pair, along with administration officials and friends, recently launched Executive Branch, a $500,000 a head membership club for Trump-supporting business leaders to hobnob in D.C. I knew that there was an organization like this. I knew that it had to exist. Something that was connecting Donald Trump Jr., Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson, and this, 1789 Capital gets you into a lot of the, I think it's, I'm not saying it's directly behind the Blaze, but I'm saying that part of the online right world, the Blaze, Passage Press, Gundo. There's a lot of overlaps. A lot of those people, different networks, kind of blend together. And I've been there's some sort of there's something in the background behind all of this that's working a long game. Now we know what it is. Trust Plansar is here. Roman's in the chat for Trust Plansar. These organizations have a collective ambition, according to Buskirk, which is to give the business people he sees as vital to the country's future a role shaping government and lasting political power. Their efforts are grounded in a controversial theory of social progress, that a select group of elites are exactly the right people to move the country forward. A position Buskirk argues is not in defiance of MAGA's populism. Interesting. A controversial theory of social progress that a select group of elites can move the country forward in cooperation with a MAGA populist message. What a fascinating theory. Putting industry leaders in positions of power is a hallmark of Trump's presidency, from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to tech titan Elon Musk. And Buskirk says the MAGA movement has energized a new generation of stewards for the country. His various projects echo what some on the right call aristopopulism, an aim to build a bridge between wealthy capitalists and the working class people they intend to represent. According to interviews with Buskirk and 9 other people in his inner circle, profitably reindustrializing the country and tying their interests to that of their base. We're talking patronage, motherfuckers! Perfect timing!
We got our own sinister gay cabal in 2019 in your blackpilling. Build a tower for our gay fob artists topping the Fabian Society. Pay the man. No camcorder here. This is a videographic gigolo masterclass. Nationalism is natural socialism. TLH.
A videographic gigolo masterclass. And he spelled masterclass M-A-S-T-U-R. Our gay fabe autists topping the Fabian Society. This is expert level posting that's happening here in the tips jar, friends. I hope you guys are appreciating this. Our own sinister gay cabal in 2019. Gay fabe. Man, I want to read this one more time. Buskirk's various projects echo what some on the right call aristopopulism, an aim to build a bridge between wealthy capitalists and the working class people they intend to represent, according to interviews with Buskirk and 9 other people in his inner circle, profitably reindustrializing the country and tying their interests to that of their base. Quote, you either have an extractive elite, an oligarchy, or you have a productive elite, an aristocracy. In every society, he said in an interview in his office in Scottsdale, Arizona. An extractive elite or a productive elite. Ah! Oh! Give me more, Daddy! Many innovative periods in history have been driven by such an aristocracy, Buskirk argues, a point he makes in his 2023 book, America and the Art of the Possible. Quote, in the classic Greek sense, the term isn't pejorative, he says, but, quote, a proper elite that takes care of the country and governs it well so that everyone prospers. As Buskirk sees it, he has approached the political market as a businessman, identifying a gap and taking deliberate steps to close it. The right had what he calls a coordination problem. Voters who had unexpectedly elected Trump and a nascent group of wealthy people who had become alienated by the progressive left. But the sides lacked organizing infrastructure. Buskirk uses a one-liner to describe his efforts. Brains plus money plus base. Plus based, more like. Yeah, hence JP Morgan directly investing $1.5 trillion into infrastructure. Yeah, I wonder how big this network has gotten. Others describe his impact more forcefully. Though people still see Trump's support as, quote, a cult of personality, said Cass, chief economist of the conservative think tank American Compass, a powerful ecosystem now backs the MAGA movement. Chris is the convener of that ecosystem, he added. He declined to comment on Rockbridge's founding event. Thiel declined to comment, and Mercer did not respond to a request for comment. Relatively unknown outside his rarefied circle of business leaders and tacticians, Buskirk is an unusual figure to step into a role once dominated by the Koch brothers, the deep-pocketed Republican mega donors who have opposed many of Trump's trade policies. He is not a meme-throwing mega firebrand. Friends describe Buskirk as a dogged tactician who is fiercely perceptive. He was the first mover to recognize that there were going to be thousands of well-off people who, quote, no longer felt at home in the Democratic Party, said Omid Malik, Buskirk's partner and co-founder of 1789 Capital. Vance told the Post in a statement that Buskirk is an original thinker who saw, quote, before almost anyone, how the right combination of ideas, organizing, and funding can ensure lasting political success for the Republican Party. Outside of electoral politics, Buskirk's projects aim to push unrestrained capitalism into American life. 1789 Capital, he says, serves as a testing ground for the idea that homegrown innovation can revive America's industrial base, what the firm's partners pitch on their website as, quote, the next chapter of American exceptionalism. The firm, which has invested in roughly 30 companies, has funded startups tied to anti-woke politics and to the Trump administration's economic agenda, including companies that mine rare earth minerals, build AI factories for war, or 3D print rocket fuel. There's a Gundo sort of tie-in here. As Buskirk's network has become entwined with the Trump administration, the cohort has formed a party circuit for Washington's new power broker class. Rockbridge's semi-annual conference at the Ritz-Carlton on Key Biscayne, is that how you pronounce that? I've never heard this said out loud. Key Biscayne, Florida, in April, which featured Make America Healthy Again themed breathwork and yoga sessions, included Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, and Middle East Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Buskirk's friend, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., attended the opening of Executive Branch in June, which serves high-end wine and sushi, but no seed oils. So here is Buskirk here on the right. Here is Omid Malik, his co-founder of 1789 Capital, with Vance and Trump Jr. Those in Buskirk's network view their growing clout as evidence of government finally working to cheerlead rather than chastise society's innovators, unleashing a pent-up economic engine that they say was suppressed during the Biden administration. Yet in entities, okay, we got to get the qualification now. Yet in entities like Rockbridge in 1789, some critics see something more pernicious. The rise of a group of unelected American oligarchs who are undermining Trump's promises to benefit working people. Since coming into office, the Trump White House has rolled out a raft of new policies that benefit tech entrepreneurs, including lifting export controls on AI technology and signing executive orders and legislation promoting cryptocurrency. Quote, President Trump's first and only focus is restoring prosperity for the working class Americans who resoundingly reelected him back to the White House, White House spokesman Kush Desai said in a statement. Patriots with mullets on our side are making moves and you're blackpilling? Yeah, look at that. Not only does he have a mullet, he's also Norwooding. That's how you know his power levels are high. Zoomer Dillon says, Buskirk is friends with RFK. Wonder who made RFK go MAGA. Indeed. Wonder how many conversations Chris Buskirk had with Charlie Kirk. Since Trump Jr. joined 1789 as a partner last November, the firm has raised hundreds of millions of dollars and now has more than $1 billion in assets, according to two people familiar with the firm. This summer, the government dropped 2 Biden-era federal investigations into Polymarket, a blockchain-based betting startup that 1789 has invested in and where Trump Jr. now sits on an advisory board. It's generally the case that what's good for business is good for America, but I don't think the people surrounding the president are representative of American business, said Michael Strain, Director of Economic Policy Studies at the right-leaning American Enterprise Institute, which has received funding from the Koch Philanthropic Network. The government's job is to advance the prosperity of the nation and not the prosperity of wealthy individuals, founders, and executives. Yeah, you know what? The people surrounding the president are not representative of American business. What that means is that the people surrounding the president are not representative of the entrenched, corrupt American business interests. That's what that means. Eat shit, homo. That's right. Exactly, Trust Plants are so well said. You got away with words. To Buskirk, these critiques miss the point. He says he is determined to bring the business people that put Trump back in the White House to Washington, even if he doesn't much like the city. He describes politics as venal and DC think tanks as every cliche squared, saying the culture must be rebuilt from the ground up. Music to my ears. So that's not an attractive place to spend time, but it's also really necessary, he said. Self-government means you have to actually be involved in something you don't want to do. You hear that? Self-government means you have to actually be involved in something you don't want to do. Ask Buskirk to rattle off where he is on any given day, and the 56-year-old father of 4 might name 7 different cities. Father of 4! Check in the pronatalist column. He splits his time between his Scottsdale family office, Palm Beach, Florida, where 1789 Capital is headquartered, Dallas, San Francisco, Austin, and, reluctantly, D.C. He says he is on the phone from the moment he wakes up until bedtime, always making time for Vance when the vice president's schedule allows. But Buskirk's early life, early life check, let's see. Buskirk's early life was spent almost entirely in Arizona. Though he was born on a military base in Germany, where his father was stationed in the Army during the Cold War, he grew up in Scottsdale. A military brat. Brat summer indeed. He spent weekends working at the family company, which insured homes and small businesses across the state. The household was, quote, patriotic to the nth degree, Buskirk recalls, and they were stalwart subscribers to the conservative magazine The National Review. As a young adult, Buskirk pursued a master's degree in political theory and interned at the Claremont Institute, the right-wing think tank inspired by the political philosopher Leo Strauss. But he quit both the think tank and the degree, judging academia too impractical. He returned home to Scottsdale to start an insurance firm doing underwriting for ambulance vendors and other unconventional businesses. Over the next 2 decades, he built and sold 4 other insurance-related companies. His family had become alienated from politics. The Buskirks canceled their National Review subscriptions in the mid-2000s, disgusted by a Republican establishment they believed had led the country astray. The Iraq War had become a smokescreen, Buskirk said, distracting from the stark economic problems emerging before his eyes. So he's a military brat, basically not really working class, because he's getting into insurance. That could be kind of working class, I guess. It depends. Scottsdale insurance firms in the, he's 56 now, so if he's dropping out of college, we're looking at probably 30 years ago, so in the 90s. So it's a little more working class. And ardent conservatives, National Review supporters, who check out on establishment conservatives in the mid-2000s. Getting quite a profile here of this guy. Visiting close family in Michigan, he watched as entire, quote, factories were literally just packed up, crated into 40-foot containers, and sent to China, end quote. After the country joined the World Trade Organization in 2001, he said. Americans, he said, were going to work in low-paying service jobs. $8 an hour at McDonald's versus $25 an hour at the Ford plant. Then illegal immigrants came and took those jobs too, he said. He raged to friends that the American dream, quote, that you don't have to do anything extraordinary to live a dignified life, end quote, was becoming harder, but he felt powerless. I was just like some guy in Arizona, he recalled. What am I going to do? When President Barack Obama came on the scene in the late aughts, Buskirk watched as he electrified the culture. In contrast, he felt the GOP and its institutions had languished on autopilot. During those years, Buskirk had sold off the last of the insurance businesses he had built with his father. By the time Trump came down the golden escalator, he built these businesses with his dad, so we got a little family connection there. We're hitting all the high points here. By the time Trump came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower to announce his presidential candidacy in 2015, Buskirk had more time on his hands. The Arizona entrepreneur was initially skeptical of the New York reality show host, who he worried viewed the presidency as a publicity stunt. But when he watched old interviews with Trump, he heard a drumbeat about how American leaders were not putting Americans first. I'm like, he's actually been saying the same thing for 40 years, Buskirk recalled. And that's when I realized, okay, he's for real. And the people that are saying he is not serious are lying. In July of 2016, Buskirk founded an online magazine, American Greatness, which highlighted an undeniable need for new articulation of conservatism. It received funding from Thiel, who had shocked liberal Silicon Valley with his $1 million donation to Trump, and had recently been introduced to Buskirk by a friend. The soil of the conservative movement is exhausted, the editors wrote in an opening manifesto. It needs fertilization, resowing, and diligent cultivation if it is to thrive again. Thiel put Buskirk in touch with his protege, hillbilly elegy author Vance. Vance and Buskirk became fast friends.
Buskirk was born on a Cold War-era German military base. How people don't know he's the illegitimate love child of Besant and Kirk sent back in time to save us from the inevitable cyber Zimbabwe is beyond me. Or the result of Nazi-Stalinist super science.
Nazi-Stalinist super science? Oh, now we're gonna get Nick Fuentes all excited. Vance and Buskirk became fast friends. The men spent a year and a half just nerding out with no particular end in mind, Buskirk recalls, just a feeling that we should create something. I know that feeling. In 2019, Vance and Teal summoned a dozen or so people to an inn in rural Ohio, located just outside the tiny town that would become the organization's namesake. Some attendees were staunchly pro-Trump, like Buskirk. Others had their doubts. But all of them felt that any successes that took place during the Trump years could easily become a fluke if a Democrat retook the White House, said Blake Masters, an investor who met Buskirk that weekend. We're getting the whole gang together. We spent so much time bemoaning the effectiveness of the left, Masters adds. They had a pretty terrible agenda, but they are very effective at organizing. The right had just been coasting for a long time, and its institutions had just started to decay. It became clear to some of those present that MAGA had a network problem. While donors on the right, such as the Kochs, had spent years building their organizations, wealthy people who supported Trump and the emerging constellation of right-wing viewpoints he represented, quote, didn't really know each other, Buskirk said. And the people who had voted for Trump, including a working-class cohort, weren't organized either. There's no coordination, no management, no planning. It all just kind of happened, he recalled. What if we just said, okay, look, these are two problems that, if solved, would make everything else work better and be more effective. Let's set about solving that. So what are the two problems? The two problems are that wealthy people who supported Trump and the emerging constellation of right-wing viewpoints he represented didn't really know each other. So there's no organization among the wealthy elite class that supports Trump, and there's no organization among the working class cohort that voted for him. So we need to create a pipeline. We need to organize both of these camps and connect them to each other. The making of a movement. Buskirk returned from the summit energized, and he became a student of political organizing. He started from first principles, reading Roots to Power, an influential left-wing organizing manual from the 80s. Along with Vance, he began creating case studies of political organizations on the left and right, documenting their failures and successes. The National Rifle Association stood out. The NRA, Buskirk and his partners concluded, had been very successful at organizing one of its two constituencies, Second Amendment advocates. But its other constituency, outdoorsmen who loved hunting, was not as well organized, and they were unlikely to register to vote. But outdoorsmen, a Democratic coalition from the 60s, had significant overlap with demographics that voted for Trump. This is actually going to be a hole that needs to be filled. Giggity. He said, if he could find something, quote, that makes it worth their time to actually pay attention. So, they're actually like, oh, we're getting intelligent, wealthy, right-wing people, aristopopulists, who are they're thinking about this beyond just like the gay, surface-level, boomer, Republican, conservative organizing ideas. So the NRA has two constituencies, Second Amendment advocates and outdoorsmen who love hunting. But outdoorsmen who love hunting, which is traditionally a Democratic coalition, often votes for Trump, but the NRA doesn't organize those guys. They organize the Second Amendment advocates, but they don't organize this other group. So this is a group that would largely vote for Trump, but nobody's targeting them or trying to organize them. Buskirk will not go into many details about Rockbridge operations, but he says that on a high level, he devised a classic online sales funnel to entice people to join social media groups based on affiliations. This included small business owners, outdoorsmen, and church attendees. This is the opposite of how political organizations tend to function, persuading people to come to your side by brute force, Buskirk said, blasting out ads right before an election. Rockbridge, by contrast, took a more gradual approach. Build a trust relationship and give people some sort of benefit. Only then you can ask them to do something. Basic online marketing, basic internet sales. This is what I've been saying. I've been saying we need our guys using these basic principles of sales and marketing that have been honed and refined to the nth degree on the internet over the last couple decades and target this toward politics. You think that these guys have not identified the phenomenon that is right-wing Twitter? Know how we've been like, man, all of a sudden we're getting noticed. The administration is like paying attention to these like loose factions of people posting, and there's like YouTube videos and tweeters and, you know, Discord communities and Telegram channels. And we're all talking about like elite theory and Curtis Yarvin and all this sort of stuff. The online right bloggers and reactionaries and dissident posters and Frog Twitter and 4chan and the Donald and all these different things. These guys, this is why the administration has been paying attention to us. This is why the administration is pandering to us. You remember that moment where all of a sudden we were like, holy shit, they're targeting us with their propaganda. How do they even know we exist? I guarantee you it's because of these guys. By April of 2022, Vance was making his first long-shot bid for political office. Malik hosted a small fundraiser for him at a restaurant in Palm Beach. The investor had relocated from New York City the previous year after defecting from the Democratic Party over coronavirus restrictions and tech platforms' policing of speech about the coronavirus. Buskirk attended along with Don Jr. The group hopped over to Mar-a-Lago where Buskirk was throwing a Rockbridge conference. The men spent the week bonding over their rage about what they viewed as online censorship and a feeling that innovation was being stymied in favor of liberal priorities such as sustainability and diversity initiatives. A lot of us are also about the same age, noted Malik, who said he feels the group is ushering in a generational shift. Malik and Buskirk went into business together the following year, starting 1789 Capital, named after the year the Bill of Rights was proposed. It initially focused on what Malik had dubbed anti-woke companies. Their first investment was in Last Country Inc., a new media and entertainment company founded by Tucker Carlson, who had been pushed out of Fox News. The partners went on to invest in Grab-A-Gun, an online gun marketplace, Enhanced Games, which allows athletes to take performance-enhancing drugs, and Hadrian, a startup making AI factories for defense. Hadrian, there's your Gundo connection. You guys, if you've been listening here for a while, you know about Hadrian and Chris Power. The partners have also taken positions in 3 of Elon Musk's companies, SpaceX, Neuralink, and xAI. Will Edwards, whose Dallas-based startup Firehawk Aerospace specializes in 3D printing solid rocket fuel to be used in missiles. I didn't even know you could 3D print solid rocket fuel. What the hell? So this guy who started this Dallas-based startup, Will Edwards, says many Silicon Valley venture capitalists had rejected his pitches outright because they didn't want to fund companies selling exclusively to the military. Chris thought that was absurd, Edwards said. Buskirk, who has since led a funding round that put $60 million into Firehawk, took a particular interest, traveling to Dallas to tour Edwards' factory where, he said, workers without college degrees can make 6-figure incomes. Buskirk believes Edwards' company is economic proof of the investors' political arguments. The U.S. is unlikely to make iPhones and Nike shoes again, he says, but it can revive its industrial base, particularly in national defense, and help restore the middle class. This goal is one President Joe Biden also tried to accomplish when he signed the $52 billion CHIPS Act in 2022, which aimed to reshore advanced manufacturing jobs with the largest support package for domestic chips manufacturing in a generation. Trump has criticized the grants as wasteful and clawed back some of the funds. Strain, the American Enterprise Institute economist, said the political rhetoric of the MAGA movement misconstrues the nation's actual economic picture. Technological innovation and not outsourcing has been the main driver of the loss of manufacturing jobs, he said. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! You fucking propagandist. Adding that many of those arguing that homegrown manufacturing will revive America are the same investors pushing major labor displacement through artificial intelligence. Cass of American Compass said the scale of investment required to rebuild working-class communities is far greater than what 1789 or other like-minded investors can spend. But the experiments Buskirk and his partners are funding are important, he said, because they blaze a trail. The impact of Rockbridge and super PACs on the 2024 election is not well understood. Rockbridge's affiliated super PAC, Turnout for America, was one of a handful of groups that canvassed swing states on behalf of the Trump campaign, including Charlie Kirk's Turning Point Action. Turnout for America spent $34.5 million on the 2024 election cycle, according to FEC records, far less than the $261 million from Elon Musk's America PAC. But internal Rockbridge data suggests some measure of effectiveness, which insiders attribute to its years-long voter profiling and mobilization efforts. The Super PAC identified several million citizens, low-propensity voters in 7 swing states, that they believed would vote for Trump if nudged to go to the polls. The group calculated that Trump would win those states if they could motivate 40% of those voters to go to the polls. In the end, Rockbridge's 3,000 canvassers turned out 50%, said 2 people with direct knowledge of internal stats. So they used this voter profiling thing to identify several million citizens who are low propensity voters in 7 swing states. So these are people who are sympathetic to Trump, who would be happy to vote for Trump, but they don't usually vote. And they're in the swing states. And they said if we could get 40% of those low propensity voters in those swing states to actually turn out, then that would be that would win the states for Trump. And they were actually more successful. They got 50%. Today, the group's vibe is euphoric. Interest has surged since the election, according to Buskirk, with roughly half of new members coming from the tech industry. Several of the group's members are billionaires. Prominent investors Mark Andreessen and David Sachs are already members. Still, Firehawk founder Edwards, who joined Rockbridge with an invitation from Buskirk, said the events feel warm, quote, like a close group of people who enjoy each other's company. Edwards said he lives in a duplex and drives a Toyota. A wide age range is represented, including Next Gen, an under 30 division that includes Buskirk's son, Chris, a recent college graduate. Richard Painter, a corporate law professor at the University of Minnesota, who serves as chief ethics lawyer in the Bush White House. Oh, God. He's a corporate law professor in Minnesota, and he was chief ethics lawyer at the Bush White House. I cannot wait to see what this guy has to say. Said this influx of interest in Rockbridge 1781, 1789, and executive branch creates the appearance of a pay-to-play network of people who are paying to get access to administration officials of the Trump family. He also said he would have advised administration officials not to attend those gatherings if they happened in his time. I'm a Christian, so I'm not going to say the phrase that is coming to mind. But, yeah. Richard Painter should, let's just say he should retire. Yeah, sure. I'll do that one.
What a fag.
Buskirk declined to address this criticism. What a Chad. In a text message sent while overseas on business, he said that American greatness will only be accomplished, quote, by the intentional cultivation of talented, high-agency people working together in high-trust environments. The dude sent a text that said, American greatness will only be accomplished by the intentional cultivation of talented, high-agency people working together in high-trust environments. His book lists historical moments when elite networks moved society forward, including Florence during the Renaissance, mid-century America, and the county of Lancashire, England, during the Industrial Revolution. The Scottish Enlightenment was actually the work of a few dozen people, he notes, who developed long-term friendships at a private social club called the Select Society. Parallels to remarkably innovative historical periods were starting to happen, he said, but, quote, the full flourishing of America's latent potential was not guaranteed. I pray that it is, he said. There is much to be done. Chris Buskirk. You know, when I started talking about the PayPal Mafia last year, I knew that there was some sort of organization out there that was connecting these different characters, different interests. There's like Gundo, PayPal, Maha, reindustrialization, defense, artificial intelligence, all these different things. There's like this, there's something that was connecting all of them. They're all starting to move in the same direction. And now we know. Now we know what it was. 2019, before COVID even. You had J.D. Vance and Tucker Carlson and Chris Buskirk with Peter Thiel beginning to put together this initiative. Fascinating. Okay, let me see here. Is this going to load? Well, that's ungood. I'm still live, right? Yeah. Well, I have this article about Timothy Mellon, about the Mellon family that I was going to read, but it won't even open. I'm hitting refresh. It's not happening. Come on. What's the deal, bro? Well, I can't exactly read it if the page won't load. Let me try this. Hold on. Nope. Well, that sucks. I was trying to get through all of that because I wanted to read that one. Because now I want to speculate about. I want to create fan fiction about the connections between Timothy Mellon and Rockbridge in 1789. But it appears as if that is not going to happen. So I guess, yeah, print and download every article you ever find and plan on reading. Yeah, right. Okay, well, I guess I'll save that for. It's not even that like the thing is blocked. It's just the page won't load at all. Other pages are working, so I don't know why that. I have to use remove paywall on it, so maybe remove paywall is down right now or something. So I suppose I'll just save that one for next week. All right, well, I do have one last thing for you guys. 4chan. If 4chan knows the power of irrational self-confidence, so should you. Look at this. Bear with me here. This is going to sound insane. Whenever I'm on a Tinder date and I get nervous and can't think of what to say, I just start talking like Donald Trump. Like, not about politics, but I just start making grandiose claims about the restaurant or whatever with 100% confidence while gesturing with my hands to emphasize my point. I've been all over Houston, all over, excellent city, but I've never found a sushi place better than this. Better than this one. The folks here are excellent. They have the best chefs in the entire city. Beautiful people. I just start spouting shit like that with the utmost conviction that what I'm saying is the absolute truth. I'm not even a Trump supporter, but speaking with such cocksure confidence in the bullshit you're spewing actually works, especially when you're mimicking his inflections and gestures. It's kind of funny, actually. So that's what I'll leave you guys with. Remember that. Delusional self-confidence. Just be insane. Just absolutely insane self-confidence. Trust Plan Star says, you can just be a confident white man and get laid. My Labians must remember. Yes, my Labians. Slutty Book says, my president helps me get women. One of the many things that our great president has done for us. Just make sure you marry those women. Only one of them. Make sure you marry her. Put a baby in her. Build that family. Well, I told you guys it was going to be a banger, and I do think it was a banger. That was good stuff. I've been looking forward to reading through that Chris Buskirk article with you guys, and I'm sure we'll probably end up referring back to it in the future. Let's see. Couple of points I want to hit. Whoop! Reform Tanky Twink again!
You know what else sucks? I too write fan fiction about obscure terminally online artists. Irrational self-confidence implies that it doesn't make sense. Cocksure confidence is important. Be sure of your cocksureness.
Thank you, Justine. Yes. That's a very important reminder. You must always be sure of your cocksureness. No matter what, you must always be cocksure. Be the most cocksure. We're going to make America cocksure again. That's what we're doing here. My president is completely sure of his cock. So I must be as well. And so too must you. Be fully sure of your cock. Maca. Yes. We must take some maca supplements. Making America cocksure again. Arthurian candidate says Will Stancil would have never ended the Minneapolis race riot if he wasn't so self-confident. That's right. Wigger Will is the most cocksure of them all. So cocksure. Okay, what was I going to say? Confirmed now. November 26th. November 26th. Over on Mir and Chuck Now is going to be the return of Friend or Fed. It is now confirmed. Confirmed. Written in stone. Friend or Fed is coming back. And this first one is going to be a banger. Nick Fuentes, Friend or Fed. It will be Jason, of course, with yours truly, Jake Rattlesnake, and Rob Knorr. That is going to be a fun show. That's going to be very, very good. So November 26th, be on the lookout for that. Also, next Friday evening, we will be meeting in D.C. for a king-pilled meetup. Hopefully my flight doesn't get canceled because rumors are that they're canceling flights in and out of D.C. So hopefully my flight goes through. If it doesn't, I may end up having to try to drive my way up there or something. Got to figure out how to make it happen. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But D.C., next Friday evening, we'll be meeting up there, getting some drinks. Some of us guys will be grabbing a hotel and staying the night. Then we have some Orthodox church business to attend to. Got a family being chrismated that we'll be going back for on Saturday. So if you guys want to join us, please do. Let me know. Shoot me an email. realkingpilled@gmail.com or DM me on Twitter @realkingpilled. Let me know. I'll put you in the group chat. Over the weekend here, we'll be nailing down an exact location, announcing where that will be, and that will only be announced in that group chat. So if you would like to join us, please let me know. We'd love to have you there. We've already got a great little group of patriots who'll be meeting up. So you also might get some sneak peeks at some of the stuff that's coming down the pike for EWBSX, which, speaking of, make sure you're listening to EWBSX. We got a big announcement coming soon with respect to that, and had a very good meeting with the cyberbully today. Sometimes we do it remotely, sometimes we do it in person, but met up with the cyberbully today. Had a very, very good meeting. We were extremely excited about the plans that are to come. We're building something big here. May have to try to get on Chris Buskirk's radar because we'll provide our services. So you should also go join the Kingpill Discord, kingpill.com. If you want to be involved, there's going to be some ways that you guys can be involved as we start building out some more of this stuff. So go join the Kingpill Discord. Those will be the people who get first dibs on it. Kingpill.com. Go sign up. Join all the great patriots and keep the Astrolabe live chat going round the clock. Otherwise, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for sticking it out through all the technical difficulties earlier. That's how you know you've got an audience of Chads, alpha males, and patriots, that you can have all sorts of technical difficulties and they still stick it out and stay here for a full 4.5 hour stream. You guys are incredible. I love all of you. The show would not be possible and wouldn't be nearly as much fun, wouldn't be nearly as good if it wasn't for all of you. So thank you for your contributions in the chat. Thank you for following. Thank you for sharing, subscribing, all the financial support. You guys pay the bills for us so I can do this regularly. And we've got many more things that are coming. So please do support. Please do. If you're getting some value out of this, please send some value towards your boy. You can use the Streamlabs link, tips.kingpill.com. That goes straight into my pocket directly. You can go Venmo or Cash App Patel. Just look for King Pilled. Buymeacoffee.com/KingPilled. You can be a subscriber on Kick. You can be a paying member on YouTube. That's probably the worst of them all, but you can do that. We do accept that. What else is there? Oh, King Pill Discord, kingpill.com. Make sure you download the EWBSX app. Listen. Go to the EWBSX.store and you can get some killer merch. More merch coming soon. And above all, love your families. Work hard. Go to church. And I will see you guys back here on Monday for another episode of the Astrolabe. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania